hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
All right. How we doing today, folks? Excuse me. So what is today? Today's a thing, right? It's one of those days, one of those days. Oh yeah, it's Father's Day. Father's Day. So I just would like to wish a happy Father's Day to any potential fathers who might be out there in the audience. Fathers, grandfathers, adoptive fathers, godfathers, hog fathers, whatever sort of father you may be, I hope you're having a good day out there. How's everybody doing? We having a good one? Who do we have? I don't have my... I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, man, I got everything set up today. I got everything ready to go, but I did not have my tablet set up ready for me to view chat. Let me fix that. I'm like, why do I have to look so far up to the screen to see what people are saying? Didn't I do something about this months ago? I would swear that I did, but I would apparently be wrong. Let me go ahead and headbutt my camera real quick. Let's just go ahead and slam that son of a bitch. It doesn't deserve to relax. Okay. My tablet's over here. Let's move my paint handle. I got too much stuff on my desk. I have all this space. I have all these shelves. I have the shelves behind me. I have the shelves above me. I've got the shelves back there, which I'm actually getting ready to move. I need more space because I think another 3D printer is coming here pretty soon. And yet I still managed to fill every horizontal space with just random shit. It's a skill that I have. I wish that I could monetize that in some way. You know? If I could get somebody to pay me for the skill of just filling horizontal space with random shit that nobody wants or needs, I would be rich. Alright, let's open the app here. There we go. Bing, bang, boom. And I can actually see chat. What do you know? Painted Ogre, I'm glad to know I'm not the only person with that talent. It gets lonely at the top. You know, the top of the hierarchy of people who have messy desks. I don't know exactly how that's ranked. I'm not sure that we should trust the official rankings on that one either. I doubt the credibility of the organization that vets such things. I'm just saying words at this point. None of these mean anything. Isn't that amazing how people can do that? Alright, I'm gonna get caught up now that I've got some Space Vergaderung gear, Falcon. I have a town of collecting the... is that talent? Is that autocorrect? Striking again. Nice Plague Marines. I just bought some. Should be here Wednesday. Which ones are you talking about, Problematic Gambler? We got Project Dark Fox. We got Vergaderung. We got Problematic Gambler. We have Datrin Voltari. We have O'Coral saying creepy things. We have Roland asking if he's first when he's not first by a long shot. Project Dark Fox was first. Project Dark Fox posted in the chat like 5 minutes before I got here. Oh, the ones on my intro. I've got them right over here, actually. And thank you for saying so. I was pretty happy with how these came out. I really wanted to do a classic... I did these... last year? Did I do these last year? I'm pretty sure I did these early last year. So about a year ago. Well, I guess it wouldn't really be early. We're well into this year, aren't we? Oh, God. Time. Time keeps moving forward. Inexorably and miserably. But yeah, these guys came out pretty nice. I was trying some new techniques on them. I've kind of moved away from using quite as many metallics lately. I wanted to make them look like the original Death Guard scheme, but just grimy, like they hadn't cleaned their armor in... I mean, realistically, if they hadn't cleaned their armor in like 10,000 years, it wouldn't even exist. But, you know, space magic and chaos gods and blah, 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 blah. They did not hump the bunk. They did... Hethra, that is not what happened. You ran some ridiculous Custodes bullshit. And you're like, I put all my points into 3 models, and my 1 model can behead 4 of your guys with 1 attack. And that is, weirdly, exactly what Hethra sounds like. I'm not even making fun of him. I probably shouldn't emulate it, because it's actually pretty tragic that he has that voice. It's as extreme as Paul Lind, and somehow even more annoying. Them burgers were good. I'm glad to hear that, Vergaderung. There are a few things in this world quite as disappointing as bad burgers. You know, burgers should be good. It is almost exactly opposite. Yes. Precisely. They seem fun to paint. Currently working on a fetid bloat drone. I like all the new Death Guard stuff. Let me see, the other one in that team that I was particularly proud of was this guy. I think he came out pretty nice. I keep meaning to go back and do some more Death Guard to kind of flesh them out, but then I'm like, I have 7 other kill teams that I should probably paint, and I'm just going to leave these guys how they are. I'm particularly pleased with how the bases on these guys turned out. This was one of my first attempts at using, like, resin water effects, and sort of mixing it with some different inks, and then layering it so that you get kind of an interesting color effect, and it worked, I think, okay. I think it could have been better, but I think it overall worked pretty decently. It's some of the only gloss that I use. Needs more nod. Project Dark Fox, I'm getting close. So I'm making some human figures. I've been working on more and more figures for Star Wars Legion, and the more I work on them, the more I need pilots for them. And if I'm going to make pilots for them, I have to get over my hump of sculpting things like fabric and faces and arranging human bodies, which I haven't done much of. You know, I'm pretty new to all this still. New Mechanica stuff is pretty hot. I agree, it looks really nice. He said hump. Why is my shit so dusty? Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because I was sanding in here last night. I printed up some wood filament pistol grips and sanded them down and stained them, and I neglected to clean up all the dust that I generated, which is silly. Roll Storm report entries done. I'm glad to hear that. I wanted to show you guys, I got a second wall, and again, it's black PLA, so it's difficult to see, so I'm gonna try to angle it so you can actually see what I'm doing here, but I got a second wall piece printed up. This one has a little observation post on it and a door on the inside, and this was just because I wanted to print 2 out so I could test this interlock system before I carried on forward making more wall pieces, because now the way I've got this designed is the way the objects are in Fusion. Like, if I don't like the way these connectors work, I can just pull them out and swap them for another one. In fact, I go to a master file and I modify that, and it updates these connection points on every single piece that I've made, which I think is pretty cool. But I wanted to be sure that they worked before I carried on making a bunch more stuff to know if I had to modify them. And they work, like, really well. They go, you put one down and you come at this from the other side, and you line it up and you lock it in, and they're stable, they're sound. And you can... There's definitely a direction you want to lift it from, because if you lift up on this one over here, it will disconnect. But if you lift from this side, the whole thing is just one solid piece. And the connections are really solid. Like, these are test pieces, so I don't mind doing, like, stress tests on them. And I mean, like... See if I can break it, okay? Either I'm weak or they're pretty strong. I did my best. Like, even if I pull down on this, it doesn't want to break off. I don't think anybody's going to have any problems with these snapping because of the way they're printed. And because of the way I made them, the angles that they're composed of, they also don't need supports. They just go together real nice. Wood filament, yes, Roland, there is such a thing as wood filament. I have a roll of it from Hatchbox. It is 60% PLA plastic and 40% wood fiber. So it actually sands and stains and seals just like wood. Hethrier, you come over here and you try to break it. Hey, cat, how's it going?
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
It's true. You will. It is good to have Cat Ion back. She's been out for a couple of streams. She's had shit to do. Believe it or not, guys, Cat has a life. A life. What is that? No one around here has one of those. That's crazy pants. Jack, we get a big welcome back for our very own Cat Ion. And if you are not following Cat, if you're not over there watching when she streams, then get the fuck out. No, don't, really. You can stay. You can stay. You don't have to watch Cat, but you should check out her stream. She's a lot of fun. She will play first-person shooter games, and she'll be like playing and having a good time, and then suddenly the volume will spike and she will just shriek obscenities that you can't even imagine. Some of the things that come out of her mouth are just amazing. What's up, Shavio? How you doing, man? And Papa Bear we got as well. Oh, I've been designing wall parts all day. I thought about doing mechs today, but I just, I'm just not feeling it right now. And you guys have seen me. If you've been a part of this stream for the last really just few weeks, you've seen me get to the point where I'm like, I'm gonna do a stream and I'm gonna paint something, but I'm not feeling it. And it doesn't go that great. I get frustrated and then I just like fucking rage quit and nobody has a good time. I'ma toot my horn. Toot toot. That is a perfect example of someone tooting their own horn. You've seen it. Kat is tooting her own horn right here in chat. As inappropriate as that may be, she's gonna get us TOS banned if she keeps that up. What else have I got? What else did I want to talk about today? Oh, you've probably mostly seen Callus, but I'm going to show him off one more time because I finished him, and I'm really, like, okay, here's an example of trying to do better than yourself, not comparing yourself to other people, because I've had some over the last few days, I've been posting Callus around, and I've been looking at other people doing similar paint jobs on things, and it's like I went from super satisfied with how he looks to being like, I'm not a good painter. I don't know what I'm doing. Why am I painting models? And, that's unhealthy and stupid, because this is one of the better paint jobs I've done in a while, and I'm really happy with how his uniform came out. There are a few things I'm going to come back and touch up, like I want to deepen some of the shadows in a few spots, and I want to ease out some of the texturing I did on his armor, but I'm really very pleased with how he came out. And I came back after the fact and I added these little coils on the end here, and I tried to do a little bit of OSL for his electro staff. I'm going to be painting some, I'm going to be painting some Magna Guards here pretty soon, and so I wanted to test out an effect to do the electro staves. So I'm going to do a similar effect on the Magna Guards. I think that's going to come out pretty nice. But like I said, you can do a paint job like this, and I felt really good about it, and you can go out, and you can look at other people's work, and you can come back and go, what the fuck am I doing with my life? It's not healthy, and it doesn't make any sense. The fact is, this is one of the better paint jobs I've done in a while. It's better than the last human-sized figure that I did. And, to toot my own horn, I deserve to feel good about it, so I'm gonna feel good about it. There's nothing you can do to stop me. So, I'm pretty pleased with how he came out. I'll just show him off for a little bit. The grass, I'm not sure that I'm totally happy with the grass. I was imagining something a bit more straw-colored, and it came out pretty yellow. So the base may get redone, but that's easy. That's real easy to do. I pop him off, I do another one. But I brought him over because I was going to bring something else over, so let me get to that. I didn't spend a lot of time on it. In fact, this was a quick airbrush job followed by a quick dry brush job here. But I threw down some paint on the test print that I did for my Imperial Troop Transport. And I made a base for it, again, with more grass. And I'm pretty pleased with how this is turning out. I need to make a few modifications to the file and print another one, because there's just a couple of things that I would do differently. But all in all, I'm pretty happy with this. And I'll probably spend more time painting that next one, and maybe even do it on stream, who knows. But, for being the largest full freestanding miniature that I have made from nothing, I'm pretty happy with this. It is the Imperial Sword, but that's not entirely inaccurate. Bearing in mind that this thing was designed by Kenner in the 80s to sell more Stormtrooper action figures, it's come a long way. I'm going to be posting the STLs for this probably in the next few days, and I'll be sure to post on social media when I do. So if you want one of these, it's going to be available for free. I can't bring myself to try and charge money for things when it's like, somebody else owns this design. I'm just kind of making it. I'm looking at this as a practice piece for some future pieces. So I'm going to be making this available so people can print their own. But yeah, and you take your dudes and you put them on there, and then you roll up and you're like, my guys disembark, and they hop off. It's the perfect proxy for the Occupier in Legion, which has Transport 1 open which means, it transports one squad, none of which can be more than 6, and it's got 6 slots. It's open. They're supposed to be riding on the outside so they can take hits. Well, this is open. It's vulnerable from the sides. This is vulnerable from the sides. Frankly, I feel like this fits the profile better than the actual tank. But then I am an egotistical madman like that, so, maybe don't listen to me. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that. Really digging the new lighting. Oh, you mean back here? Yeah, and we're about to get some better lighting. This light arch is about to be replaced. I think I showed you guys last time. I'm printing out these new pieces. It's going to have 2 lines of LEDs, and then right in here is going to fit a 0.3 millimeter sheet of white PLA that is going to help to diffuse the lighting. And this arch is going to both go up and expand outward. So I'm going to have more room to move my arms, and the light's going to be higher and more diffuse. I think it's going to make the entire painting area look a whole lot better. And that is, in fact, what I'm printing right now.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. So, I didn't feel like doing mechs today. I need to keep moving on Marvel Crisis Protocol. I'm about halfway through the models that I got from my boy Jack. And I'd like to go ahead and finish him off here at some point. So we're going to be working on Baron Zemo, a character that I know nothing about. I know absolutely nothing about Baron Zemo that I did not learn from Captain America, the Winter Soldier, in which, to my knowledge, he did not wear a crazy purple mask or wield a sword. But I feel like he's gonna be in the new movie, the new Falcon Bucky Barnes movie, and maybe he'll wear a crazy purple mask. Who knows? Yeah, Baron Zemo, Helmut Zemo, WJ. He was the guy in, unless you already know, in which case I'm, explaining for no reason. He was the guy in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, who was like, I would take this book and I will use it. He didn't have that accent. He had totally. I shouldn't do accents. We've established this. Why do I try to do that? Didn't her Thunderbird's persona have a purple mask? Civil War. No, it was... No, you're right. It was Civil War. It was Civil War. It just had the Winter Soldier in it, which is why I'm getting confused. You're right. It was Civil War. Because it was the one... He was the guy who found the tape, and he was like, Bucky Barnes killed your dad, Iron Man. And Iron Man was like, I am filled with rage now. And I should write movies. My dialogue is at least as good as George Lucas's, right? Come on. Try dry brushing the static grass with a khaki color if you want more straw color. Well, I've got some static grass that is more of a straw color, but what I did for Gadarung was I did a mix of static grass with my straw color and then some more yellow to golden colored, and the golden color just kind of overwhelmed it. And I think what I'll do is I'll just adjust my mixture to be almost all straw with just a tiny little smattering of the yellow grass. Static grass is tricky to apply, by the way. I got a static grass applicator, which is an interesting device. I don't know if I'm really that good at using it yet. It takes a little bit of practice. Arkudaki, good to see ya. Before I forget, thanks to all you who offered to help me on my 3D printing adventure. My last print came out pretty good, so I'm getting better at it, but boy, is it a learning curve. Again, thanks to all that helped. Arkudaki, it absolutely is a learning curve. My printer has gone through periods of like a few months at a time where it was just like troubleshoot, chase down the problem, a new problem appears. Troubleshoot, chase down the problem, a new problem appears. Rinse, repeat, and then I get to a point where I'm like, I don't want to 3D print anymore, so I just leave it silent for a month and then come back to it and be like, okay, fine. Troubleshoot, chase down the problem, rinse, repeat, and eventually it just kind of works. Once you figure out particularly what problems you have, I will say that one of the biggest changes I made that made the biggest overall difference in my print quality regularly was installing a, what's it called, a PTFE capture fitting. So you know how the PTFE tube, if you've taken apart your hot end, which by now you probably have, or reinstalled your PTFE tube, the tube goes down into the hot end. This is, let's use our visual aids here. You guys getting this? This is really highly technical stuff. Okay, anyway, so the PTFE tube goes down into the hot end, and it goes all the way down in, and then it sits up against the nozzle, right? And then that feeds the filament down. Don't clip that. Let's not, come on, for the love of God, guys. Let's be mature about things, can we? So anyway, What this does is instead of the PTFE tube being one solid
Welcome,
piece,
everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. It's important.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't show them to me. For the love of God. For the love of God. In the name of all things holy, don't show me your dick. You showed us your damn mech genitals. I didn't say don't show me your mech genitals. Please, show me all the mech genitals you possibly can. No. Don't do that either. As soon as I said that, I regretted it. Anyway, okay. Let me finish what I'm saying. So instead of being one single PTFE tube that goes from your extruder down to the nozzle in the hot end, what you do is you clip a length of PTFE tube that goes into the hot end by itself, and then a plastic fitting goes on top of that, and then your Bowden tube fitting goes on top of that. So essentially you have a piece of PTFE that is permanently installed in the hot end. And all you're doing is butting another piece of tubing up against that. And what that does is it prevents the tube from working up away from the nozzle, because one of the most common issues with 3D printing with an extruder that's fed by a PTFE tube like that is the tube will get worked up away from the nozzle, and if you have even a tiny little space between the nozzle and the edge of the tube, the molten plastic will start to fill that up, and then you'll start to get clogs. And this stops that from happening entirely. I cannot recommend it enough as an upgrade. That is FDM printers. Wow, Arkudaki, I'm sorry, I've been talking about a completely different type of printing this entire time. There have been like 3 people getting started on 3D printing, and I've had 2 different people asking me for details on FDM printing. And I just went right into FDM printing. Well, I hope, you know what, Arkudaki, if you enjoy your resin printer, I feel you will inevitably wind up getting an FDM printer, and then that advice will be useful. So it's like I'm not wrong, per se, I'm just maybe a little early, right? Let's go with that. That makes me feel better about everything that I just said. Lead Belcher on my wiener. Problematic Gambler, why do I read the things that you write?
Here at Thunderhead Studios,
Thunderhead and chat.
It's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Gross. Mars to Pants, welcome. Good to see you. How are things? How's everybody doing? It is pretty inevitable. Guys, if you're into 3D printing at all, I'm just going to tell you, you're gonna wind up with both types of printers. Most people who are into 3D printing never go past or beyond FDM of a series of question mark. Yeah, we should get all those clips together and figure out how many of them there are. Oh, God. FDM is by far the more useful, generally useful type of printing. Resin printing seems to only really be useful for more artistic endeavors, like miniature painting and so on and so forth. But both of them have a place in miniature gaming in particular. I would not do terrain on my resin printer, and you can actually do really good stuff with FDM. That troop transport I was just showing off is all in FDM, and I barely did any finishing work on it. I did some filler primer, and I mean, that's it. That's all I did. Also printed a filament guide for the Ender 3. I've since upgraded, but they are great printers. Yeah, the Ender 3 is a fantastic, it's not the best printer on the market, but in my opinion, it can't be beaten at the $180 price point, which is often what it's on sale for. That's what I got mine for. Or wait for a big enough and cheap enough decent SLA printer a la Saturn. Hegemon Gary, I'm excited by the Saturn, and a big resin printer is going to be nice, but even then, there are, I don't want to say issues with, complications with resin printing that don't exist in FDM printing. With FDM printing, you have a lot more confidence in the structural integrity of the print. I have a hard time breaking things made out of PLA. It's not that it can't be done, it's that it's difficult. Like I was just showing off these damn walls that I made, and they've got these little connection points you can see here. These little hooks. Of course, it's black on black, so you can't see it. Let me see. There you go. So you got that little hook there, and I mean, that locks in over here, and at this point, this is, aside from coming out the way it's supposed to, which is by interlocking like that, I mean, I can't fucking... If I break it right now, I'm going to knock over my beer, which should show you how confident I am that I'm not going to. But really, it's very solid. It's very solid. I wish I had one of my spare Rhodes here. I would show you, Here, this is a piece I'm not going to use. This is some FDM PLA plastic that I printed. It's a little grab sled for Star Wars with some crates on it. I have no intention of using this now. I meant to print it without the crates built into it, but I mean, like... Oh, I can kind of break it a little bit. I can break this off. I broke this tiny piece of plastic off. That's something, right? Let me try to break the rest of it. God damn. It's remarkably durable, and this is only at 7% infill. This is nothing. Yeah, they both have pros and cons. They both have different purposes, and if you print smart with FDM, shit can become really tough. Really tough. Filler primer or XTC 3D resin. Yeah, that is an epoxy resin that you can brush over it that is self-leveling. And thank you for that information, WJ. I value that. I treasure knowing when you're using the can. Were the turrets resin? Are you talking about on the... yes, that's worth noting. On this Imperial troop transport that I printed up, I did do the turrets in resin. The ball turrets here, here, and here, these are all printed in resin just because FDM doesn't do all that well with rounded surfaces or angles. But flat surfaces, I mean, holy heck, yes. Like, this isn't even finished at all. This is how this surface came out of the printer. This way, this top surface. This is just using the ironing setting in Kira. Like, I did no finishing at all on the top. I just painted it. Ever had success with PLA smoothing via IPA? I find, personally, that lagers are preferable to IPAs, just in general, particularly for smoothing. That was stupid. That was a dumb... Why did I even make that joke? I don't know why I bothered. I have used acetone in the past to smooth some PLA, and it's done okay. It can be tricky. I know that there are people who use what are basically chambers where you can make an acetone vapor, and that vapor sort of inundates. Inundates? Is that the right word? Saturates? I don't know. I don't know what the word would be, but the vapor apparently does a really good job of just gently smoothing the surface. But that is a bit more work handling. I feel like vaporized acetone, wouldn't that be like insanely explosive? Like, I hear that it works. I just feel like you're also describing, I made a bomb at that point. Like, I have a chamber full of vaporized acetone. That's just a bomb, is what that is, isn't it? Yeah. So I don't personally want to do that. I'm more comfortable with hand smoothing, and I have used XTC 3D on a few prints, and that does work really, really well. It's a little expensive, but for what it does, it really can't be beaten. You kind of swipe that on there, you let it self-level, you let it set, you sand it down, and you've got a nice smooth surface to work with. Yeah, I'm really... Ever since I moved away from using normal resin to water-washable resin, in general I'm handling fewer caustic and explosive chemicals, and I'm a happier person as a result. Not that I was damaging myself with them, but, you know, possibly, over time. So, I should actually work a little bit on Baron Zemo, what do you say? He's got an interesting color scheme. He rocks some purples and some magentas. And then some browns and some less interesting colors. How do you clean up the prints after the curing process? I'm filing them, but it's leaving some bits. What should I clean them up with? Using Elegoo ABS Gray. So, by after the curing process, you mean after it prints, and you've got like a gooey model. I usually rinse them with, starting off some high percentage IPA, and then after I've done a few rinses with that, and you want to use a little bit of agitation. Yeah, clean up before the cure. Don't cure and then try to clean up. Oh, after IPA bath and UV light. You still got bits? Huh. So are you... Now, usually what I'll do the cleanup, and then I'll remove the supports, and I will go in and tidy up with a blade, most times, like the support connection points and stuff like that, while the resin is still soft, and then cure it after that. Yeah, do that before you do the curing, and you will have a better time. Hey, White Wolf, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, Belgian Trap is... Okay, yeah, you're right. I have enjoyed some Belgian pale ales that have been very, very nice. Drinking raspberry cream ale right now. Quite refreshing. It does sound refreshing. I have some raspberry sours out there that are really freaking good. Thought you only did that after UV, so the resin is still toxic. Wear gloves. Just wear gloves, Arkudaki, and you'll be fine. Also, switch to water-washable resin. You will not regret it at all. The stuff is amazing. I swear by it. Speaking of water-washable, probably going to see me painting these guys this week. Now that I've gotten through a squad of stormtroopers on my Imperial troop transport, I need to get a couple of groups of my Lothal bikers painted up. I got their bases done decently with kind of a cool repulsor effect on the grass. You can really kind of see it from above. You get the pattern of the grass being pushed out. But yeah, I'm going to get these guys painted up. I think resin in general is tough these days. Yeah, they had it on sale a little while ago on Amazon, and I bought 2 or 3 liters. But I probably need to source some more, because with the way things are going, I mean, I hope we don't face another round of lockdowns, but it really looks like we probably will. So, you know, stock up on toilet paper, apparently. Yeah, get the water washable. It's really nice. Amazon should have it. Does nobody sell resin in bigger containers than what you see on Amazon? As far as I know, they don't manufacture it in quantities greater than a liter. What brand of water-washable resin do you recommend? Are there multiple brands? I know for a while only Elegoo had the water-washable. It's the only brand that I'm familiar with, Orthane, so if I were recommending any of them, I would say Elegoo brand. Pesmotion, good to see you. Need a good frackin' webcam, but everyone's sold out. Now is a hard time to get webcams. I am lucky that I got these ones I'm using when I did. It was right before everything kicked off. Right now, people are still gouging. And it's terrible. It's terrible what people are doing with webcams. I do not approve. Thunderhead does not approve, and that means it's not allowed to happen. Right? Isn't that how it works? Okay, so where do I want to start? He's going to have black boots, dark brown pants, sort of a warm brown jacket with shearling, cuffs, collar, gold buckle, gold sword, hilt, purple shirt, and gloves. I'm pretty sure he wears gloves, so the gloves are going to be purple as well. And then a magenta face mask area with kind of a golden crown. It's a weird costume that Baron Zemo has. Yeah, and that's something too, Painted Ogre. You can use, if what you're looking to do is to stream Elegoo washable UV curing standard, I believe that's the stuff. I can't click on it right now. Freaking Belle Delphine hogging them all. Shit, right? Several colors of Elegoo water washable are $44. Yeah, get some. You will not regret it. You absolutely won't. Shock 21 takes a strong man to wear a purple shirt. I mean, you know, looking at this guy, I don't think he has any confidence problems. I can't remember the last time I pointed a sword at somebody like this, but it, you know, it was, oh wait, I've never done that, because that's fucking crazy. I pointed sword-like objects at people like that, but that was in the context of what amounts to a live-action roleplay, and I don't think it really counts. He's like the number 3 dude in Hydra. Is he really? I honestly, like, I don't know anything about Baron Zemo as a character. What I know about Baron Zemo, I learned in Captain America Civil War, and I gathered that that was, you know, their version of events. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. Alright, I'm going to start with his pants. Start with the brown pants, because it's one of the deepest things on him, and then probably his purple shirt, and then his brown jacket and his black boots, and then work on detailing. That's my thinking. That is my thinking. So, we're going to go a real dark brown. Real dark brown. Let's see what we got. I think charred brown is actually a good choice. I'm going to try to get a little bit of a gradient out of it using my $60 in the UK. Yeah, it's still worth it. Because think about it this way, Arkudaki. You're spending that money, but take the amount of money you would spend on normal resin, and then add in the amount of money that you would spend on IPA and acetone on top of that, and consider that the total price, because you don't have to buy either of those now. Did I miss anything good? Yeah, actually, we had a fantastic 40 minutes. And the stream is now over, so thank you everybody for showing up. Sorry, Kursala, you missed everything. No, I've been rambling for 40 minutes and giving 3D printing advice to people who don't have the kind of printers that I'm talking about, so that's about all you missed. What's suspected? But no, this isn't mold. That's paint. See, when I push it and the color comes out? That's paint. I changed this 2 days ago, and then I just leaked paint into it. There's no mold. This, again, this is purple and blue-black, and this is also paint that I leaked down into it. Like, none of this... I've been changing out the sponges regularly. I had a sponge go moldy on me, and that sucks. Don't do that. Yes, O'Coral is the person I was giving tips. I'm sorry. Guys, I am terrible at keeping track of multiple social media accounts at the same time, even though that's something I have to do now. I think it'll just come with practice. So if I'm talking to one of you about something on social media or on Discord or something, and I confuse you with somebody else, I apologize. I really do. Does it smell? It doesn't smell like anything. It's not moldy. You fucking people. Masterson is really good at soaking paint. It is Datron Voltari. I think it soaks paint better than it soaks water. What am I doing? Why do I keep getting distracted? Okay, let's go ahead and thin this out a little bit. I'm going to add a little bit of matte medium. And I'm going to add a touch of Flow Aid. Yeah, let us know how it goes, Arkudaki. You will not be sorry. A little bit more water. I actually squeezed out significantly more paint than I meant to. So I'm going to have to try to find more uses for this brown. Fool that I be. No, you know what, Project Dark Fox? I would rather have people remind me too often to change my sponge.
Of coal gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Fucking 50 Shades. Did you get better lighting, or have you lost more hair? I did get better lighting. Yes, I actually grow a full head of hair. I'll have you know. I just shave it off. Black mold fucked my lungs up in the past. Oof. That's bad business. It really is. But yes, I prefer that people note it too often than don't note it at all. I would rather be reminded too often to change my sponge than to be allowed to have a shitty, moldy sponge. But I assure you, this is all paint bleed. I changed this sponge 2 days ago. I have a stack of sponges that I've actually been just kind of rotating through. Bring me my brown pants. Oh my god, you guys are right. Thank you for the reminder. You know, it's funny. I've actually fallen afoul of Stormfront members in the past. I had an experience. And
you know,
guys,
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Thank you so much, Dark Fox. We do need a glove emote. That's a good idea. I'll add that. That'll be for our Tier 3 subscribers. Like I'm ever going to get any of those. I had an an experience out in California when I was still in the Army, I used to walk around with, when I was in the army, I shaved my head too. Back then, just because it was easier, which, contrary to now, actually now I shave my head because it's easier. So yeah, exactly the same reasons back then I shaved my head. Between then and now, I actually grew my hair almost down to my ass. Like, I had long, long hair. And let me tell you, that's a pain in the ass, and really not that fun. But, okay, so we're in California. Myself and my future wife and a few friends of mine, and we're hanging out in the open-air mall in Monterey, California, which I can't remember the name of it. It had a name. Can't remember the name of the place. But it's this big open-air mall in Monterey. It's got like a movie theater, a bunch of restaurants, and somebody probably knows it. And we're hanging out outside a Starbucks. We had some coffee, and I have my shaved head, and I look like I look. I'm a really quite tall white guy. Very white. Very white. There is no doubt of the general gist of my ancestry at a glance. I see the sun, I burn immediately. Like, I don't tan. I mean, I kind of tan a little bit, it turns out now, I've discovered. But it takes quite some time and effort. But, so we're sitting there, and we're having coffee, and this woman comes up to our table. This seemingly very kindly European, specifically German woman. And I'm fairly sure she was German. She had what sounded very much like a German accent. And wow, this pants gradient actually came out pretty nice on the first try. I might not have to do much to this if I'm going for tabletop quality. We'll do a few highlights, but damn. So she comes up to us and she asks me, in my leather jacket, with my laced-up Doc Martens boots, and my shaved head, "Oh, are you pro-white? Are you pro-white?" It took me a minute to figure out what she was saying. This woman was asking me if I was pro-white, which is an interesting way to put that, I suppose. And she seemed like such a nice woman. I guess I can see the mistake. I didn't wear Slayer t-shirts. I wear Slayer t-shirts now. That did it, yes. It was a bizarre experience, because it's not, I couldn't, like, yell at her. She was being really kindly. I wouldn't be like, "You fucking..." I was just like, "No." Excuse me, that was terrible. I was just like, I think maybe you've confused me for someone else. I wonder how comfortable do you have to be in your beliefs to walk up to someone and ask them, "Oh, are you pro-white?" Now, bearing in mind, this was, it shouldn't make that much of a difference. It was like the early 2000s that this happened. So the climate is not then what it was now, though it was not exactly pro-skinhead. I remember at the time expressing great shock that it happened at all, and then the several people who were with me were just kind of like, "You do look a bit like a skinhead, dude, and you are wearing Doc Martens." Like, that's kind of the uniform, I don't doubt that, Hethrir. You also look, you I feel like look more like what I expect a skinhead to look like, because you're also, and I don't mean this in a bad way, you're a little short. A little shorter than some people. And when I think skinhead, I think angry short guy. Maybe that's just me. And yeah, let's face it, you're kind of an angry short guy. You're not angry about that. You're not angry about being a little short. You're just angry about other things that matter. But, we confuse the two. I feel like I'm going to get shit on for that. I'm sorry, Hethrir. I don't know if it's appropriate. No, I just thought it was funny. We're not talking about Nazis in general. We're just talking about that one time that I was confused for one. But I'm not one. We should make that clear. Alright, let me do his shirt. What purple do I want? This purple. I'm average height, you cockwomble. Okay, look, I have a different perspective on the world because I'm a little bit tall, okay? You know that, Hethrir. You've been around me for years. I think of average height as a little short. A little short. It's not my fault you're a freak. You're right, it's not. It's not your fault that I am, in fact, a freak. Genetic abomination. Wow! Wow! We went hard. No wonder people confuse you for a skinhead. He's over here talking about bloodlines and skull sizes. Having tattoos in German gets me asked that way often. I'd imagine so. Dude, there are... You know what got me a little bit is when I was in the... I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with the Society for Creative Anachronisms. It's basically a pseudo... It's halfway between a medieval reenactment society and a LARPing club. They do a lot of really cool historical stuff, and then they LARP a bunch. And it's a good time. I really enjoyed my time in the SCA. I keep thinking about maybe going back to an event someday. I just haven't in a long time. There's a lot of Germanophiles in the SCA. And there are a lot of people who are just perfectly innocent enthusiasts about German culture. Like, genuinely. That's what I was. I'm a bit of a Germanophile. I think that German history is actually really interesting, and my persona that I adopted when I was in was that of a 14th century German nobleman. But there's something that you learn when you join the SCA as a Germanophile and you start meeting the other Germanophiles, and that is that some of them are just straight up Nazis. Like, they just are. And that's where they go to be enthusiastic about Nazi stuff without people pointing out that they are, in fact, very much Nazis. Now, I'm not saying all the Germanophiles in the SCA are Nazis. I'm just saying I met more Nazis, like people you would normally go, oh, he's a really nice guy. It's weird that he's a Nazi. When I was in the SCA, it was weird. It was very strange. Also, some really delightful people. So, again, don't use that to color your perception of the organization as a whole, but they are there. I'm 6'2". I'm not really even that tall. Boffer LARPers. So, they do... Yeah, HEMA is too. I graduated up to HEMA for a little while, and I did some of the, like, Battle of the Nations stuff. Actually, the Battle of the Nations guys weren't bad. They were more like your CrossFit psycho types. But, there are some HEMA guys who are just, they're into Nazi stuff. I don't know, man. It's weird. But, you know, they're always in love with justifying the past. Guys, let's stop talking about Nazis. This is a weird subject of conversation. It really just happened because someone noted that I look a little bit like a skinhead. Which, I had to be honest, is not the first time somebody said that to me. So, you know, sometimes we get confused for Nazis just for being tall and bald. That's the moral of the story. If you were going to take any one message away from this, that would be the one that I would hope that you would take. This is weird. It is a bit. It is a bit. But, you know, we've all encountered them at times. It's important to recognize that they're there. They do exist. And, they can be people that you don't think. They can be people where you've known them for a few years and you think, oh, he's a nice guy, though. He always says nice things about people. And he might just be waiting for the right opportunity for the friendly audience to go, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Let's talk about the Juden. That happens. Is there paint in this bottle? I hope there is. Yes, Happy Father's Day, chat. But not Happy Fatherland Day. I don't want to promote violence against literally anyone on this chat. I don't. Regardless of what my personal views or more, radical, shouted, personal exclamations may be. That said, most of my my favorite heroes beat the shit out of Nazis. I'm a big Indiana Jones guy. Also a big Captain America guy. So again, most of my heroes beat the shit out of Nazis. No. No, it doesn't. Kane lives. God. Yes. I was excited when I saw Joe do that Facebook post for the release of, I should remember what the game is called, Command & Conquer Remastered. I was really excited when I saw him do that Facebook post with the little blooper at the end and everything. I'm really hoping that with the success of Command & Conquer Remastered, that they will consider remastering the later games. And if we're really lucky, maybe making some more Command & Conquer games? Maybe being like, hey guys, all that crap with Command & Conquer 4? Just kidding. You know, like how XCOM 2 was like, hey, you remember all that stuff that happened in XCOM 1? Just kidding, it was all a simulation, you lost the war, and that's why the war is still going on. Lol. Like, yeah, they could just do that. Like, well, that was a simulation to see what would happen if aliens invaded and the storyline went stupid, but it didn't really happen. Like, okay. I buy that. I'm on board. Let's do that, guys. Of course, I don't think they'll do that, because it's, you know, EA, and EA is literally the devil. Getting this magenta in here. Excuse me, chat. EA just needs to stop. No, he hasn't aged. I thought that too when I watched the video. I was like, was this recorded in like 96? What the hell's going on? Lost your cat twice. She came back both times. Both times were devastating. WJ, I feel that so hard. One of the worst experiences of my life was when my cat Charlie, I thought she had escaped out into the world, and she's just not a very worldly cat. She's not fit for public consumption. And I spent the entirety of a day when I was supposed to be doing other things, wandering the neighborhood. And this cat, like, doesn't come when she's called. She's very skittish. She likes to address you on her terms. So I had no hope of her coming to me at all. I was just hoping to get eyes on her and maybe track her until I could trap her or something. Just prevent her from getting killed by something. And I spent my whole day out searching for her, and it was the most miserable day. It was so bad. I was so sad. I was so upset. I was so... Anybody who's gone through this, I'm sure, can sympathize, knows that it's hard to put into words what that feels like. Thinking that I had failed her so badly, because ultimately I was the one making decisions and it was my responsibility. And I got home a little while later because I had to kind of regroup, and this cat had found a space that you could not find in the house. She had found like a fourth dimensional pocket underneath some blankets where no one ever thought to check. She was in the damn house. She was in the house. It was crazy. Internet is in out tonight, has been all weekend, so we'll have to watch the recap tonight. All Arkudaki, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoy the replay. Dinner tonight is chicken fried steak and biscuits. That sounds delicious, Roland. We're going to get some pictures of that. Are you somehow finding a way to incorporate gelatin in it? I hope not. EA is a used car salesperson who pretends to be the devil. Pretty bad. XCOM 2 based their sequel on the real-life loss-win... Yeah, that's true, they did. People that actually won the game XCOM 2 would start with a human victory. I'm just grateful Chimera Squad indicated we finally threw the extra... I haven't finished Chimera Squad yet. It's pretty cool, though. Scroll up. I'm just saying I'm off right now because a YouTuber I try to support lost their cat, and she's just devastated right now. Yeah, well, I can sympathize with that, too. And, yeah, that's terrible. Nobody deserves to go through that. Animals, man, they can mess us up. I'm facing the very real possibility that one of my two cats is reaching the end of his comfortable lifespan here pretty soon. He's old. And there are going to be some difficult decisions that need to be made probably sooner rather than later, and I'm not at all... It's a problem that's like... It's like the sun. You know, it's there, we all know it's there, we just can't look at it too directly. That's where I'm at with that one right now. If I just don't look at the problem too directly, I don't feel too horrible about it. But I am going to be forced to handle it. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts to look at. Is the best way I can put it. But, you know, that's life. That's life, and particularly right now that I've got, like, barn cats on the property and everything, I've had to come to terms with dealing with animal mortality on a more regular basis than I used to. It's not fun, I'm never going to enjoy it, I'm never gonna feel nothing over it, it's always gonna hurt, but I am gonna have to deal with it. I love my animals, I really do. I'm a big animal guy. I like them more than most people, which I realize at this point is kind of a cliche thing to say, but it's true. I'm gonna adjust my focus, because I feel like I'm a little far out today for where I've got my focus set. I'm working right here. Right about in here. Yeah, that works. Yeah, take care of yourself, WJ. Try not to dwell on it too much, and I hope everything works out for her. It's terrible. Humans are the worst. Humans are the best. We're also the worst. We are, we're a complicated species. There you go right there, Hethfair. All you gotta do is click that link. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good about that base purple and magenta that I've got going on. I think I'm gonna go ahead and base the jacket. Now, I'm going to want to use more of a golden brown for the jacket, and I think that I have a color designed for exactly that purpose here in the form of, what do you know, Reapers. Rich leather. It's almost like I'm trying to paint some rich leather. That's crazy. It would help if I could read. You know, we told you back in high school, and we were like, dude, you've been faking it for a long time, but you got to learn to read eventually, and you were like, no, man, no, they'll never notice. Well, here you are. Biting you in the ass at long last. Rich Corinthian leather. My apartment smells of rich mahogany. I have many leather-bound books. There's a little chunk in there. I should have shaken that up better. I think that was just in the top, like a little bit of a plug. I haven't used this color in a while. Always be sure to check for that. I ordered a paint mixer, like a little, one of those ones that they use in labs, you know, for like agitating vials where you push it against it and just goes blah, 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 blah. And they said that the delivery was impossible and they refunded me, and I'm like sad now. I'm back to shaking paint bottles like some kind of scrub lord. Vortex Mixer, thank you. That's exactly what it is, Datron. Yeah, that's the color I want. Really, I'm going to put this all over here because the buckles I'm probably going to be doing in a gold color, and having a brown on there will not hurt me. Scrub, yes, a Lord of Scrubs. You'll see my solution in the Storm Report. Ooh, I'm excited about that, particularly if it's quite that topical. I wonder what color I'm going to do the elbow pads in. I only just noticed that his jacket even has elbow pads on it. Probably in just an off-white color. Well, you know what? They're going to be the same color as the rest of the leather. There are many leather jackets with elbow pads that are made out of precisely the same leather that the rest of the jacket is made of. And I don't want to introduce any more colors that I'm already going to have to use on this guy. Get a Typhoon paint mixer from eBay. Good guy. Nice Vortex mixers. I'd love to buy from someone with a reason, in the sense that, you know, somebody knows them and they run a good ethical business. Because right now I'm just like, I don't know, some Chinese manufacturer, which never feels good. I really do try to buy domestic, particularly these days, what with, you know, the world. It's not always easy, though. I'm firmly convinced that Amazon is going to own all of us if they don't already. Like, straight up legally. We'll find out one day that the law has been changed and it will already be too late because we clicked some end-user license agreement when we signed up for Amazon Prime. And the freaking Bezos squad will show up at our doors and tattoo our barcodes, and we'll be marched off to the Overwatch mines of Mars to mine, you know, Bezosium, or whatever mineral it is they discover there. And they will use that to build faster-than-light engines, and then the rich people will escape from our dying solar system while we are left in the rot of our society to kill each other. It'll be great! Man, I'm optimistic sometimes. I'm gonna wind up doing another coat of that same color once that's had a chance to dry. The Reaper fixture works great, but I need to remix it for 17mm Vallejo bottles, and the P3 fixture needs some extra mass. Sign me up. The joke is, I think you're probably already signed up, Painted Ogre. It's good music, right, Cannon Fodder? I have to say, this pretzel station actually does a pretty good job. I don't know if you listen to Scandroid. I say they, it's really like one guy, I think, and then a woman that he contracts with to do some vocals, and then like one other dude that he occasionally gets to come in and do some saxophone. It's the same dude from Cell Dweller. But yeah, if you like that, what you just heard right there, go check out Scandroid. Corny as all hell, but very enjoyable. Dark Fox. Tier 1. 4 months. Peace
to 50 Shades of Cold
power.
Grey. Chapter 2.
The
and
technology
as I
of
lay
peace.
on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me, across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
I still want a visual of that. Like, I don't know what it would look like, but I want a visual of that. Yeah, Cannon Fodder, it's the same guy. So if you like Cell Dweller, it's not surprising that you like Scandroid. I didn't at first. The first time I listened to Scandroid, I was like, this is cheesy and lame, and I'm way too serious and cool of a person to enjoy music like this. And then I, like, developed a tiny little bit of self-awareness and realized that I was completely full of crap. And now I listen to it constantly, so, you know. Alright, what am I doing next? What am I doing next? I want to lay down. I'm gonna do kind of a non-metallic metal effect on the sword, so I think I'm gonna use probably coal black, because it's kind of blue, and then work up from there. I need more coal black. I am almost out of it, and that is a big problem for me. A big problem for me. I don't know how to paint if I don't have my coal black. I think the guy's name is Clayton. I did not. The dude from Cell Dweller slash, yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. I don't know that much about the band or the dude who does it. I just know that it's pretty much the one guy. It's the one guy and a trans girl, I think, who does some of the... Like, anytime you hear female vocals, that's who it is. Which I realize I've already delved into Nazism as a subject on this stream of all things. Good God, what have I done? I don't want to launch into a big diatribe because I know that people have conflicting opinions on the way certain other people live their lives. I'm just going to say that trans folk are cyberpunk as fuck. That's all I'm going to say. I thought that it was actually pretty hilarious. If I can link that into a conversation about games, I thought it was really, really funny that people had a problem with that in Cyberpunk 2077, the game coming up here pretty soon. Because I can't think of anything more fucking cyberpunk or transhuman than transgendered people right now, as far as actual people that live among us today. Like, how can you look at a game like Cyberpunk and say, like, well, yeah, I can trade my arm in for a gun, and I want to replace my eyeball with, like, a telescope, but, swapping my dick, I don't know about that. That's kind of crazy. Like, come the fuck on, man. Get with it. Whether you like it or not, it's so appropriate for the subject matter. I want a chainsaw for a dick. Well, you're not allowed to have a chainsaw for a dick, cat, because you weren't born with a dick. I am offended. You can have shotgun titties, that's okay. Wow, I wasn't paying attention when I did that, and I just put way too much gray liner into my coal blank. That's okay, I can still work with this color. Can she have a chainsaw strap on? Yeah, that's okay, because that is apparently as God intended it. Or something, I don't know. Honestly, guys, you want to know my controversial opinion on all that whole subject? Leave people alone. just let people live the way they want to live. That's all I'm about. Mr. Stud in the midnight of 80. Double Ots over double D's. I'm into that sentient. I don't know if they'll let you do that in Cyberpunk 2077. I hope they do. They certainly should. Hey, Samare, good to see ya. Welcome back. And Wolf and Spawn, also good to see you, my friend. I'll tell you what I don't have time for, chat. And you can apply this to any social issue you want. I don't have time for busybodies. I just want to live my life and be left the fuck alone. And if your ideology involves not leaving people the fuck alone to do what they want, I'm probably against it. But that's the core of it. I just want people to leave me alone and do what I want to do. Because I don't want to hurt anybody. I mostly just want to paint miniatures and 3D print shit and pick my nose and, you know, get in arguments on Reddit. Like, that's all I want to do. Other people want to do other stuff. Leave them to it. Discovered brush soap strips max pretty well. That kind of makes sense, because I think it's formulated to break down acrylic paints. I used Simple Green, and it was tits. Yeah, Simple Green is also really quite nice for that. Now, Roland, I would say that continuing that conversation is veering into my politics territory, which I would like to avoid. But that I'll say as a final remark on the subject, I have also heard that, and you know, I'm not a big fan of organizations. What can I say? I feel like anytime people make something official, it goes bad. But I don't really know much about it, so I don't want to comment on it. I don't really feel like I'm qualified to. Boots, that's what I'm doing. Hello, hello, Waffles the Wonderfish, good to see ya. Yeah, let's not Dark Fox. It is, but you know, let's leave that to the suits in Washington, you know what I mean? Because they're obviously competent people. How you doing, Waffles? How are things? I just, you know, Samir, I've joined too many clubs in my life that I had this interesting idea of how they've, and I don't want to make this is not talking about political organizations, this is just talking about me and my personal experiences in life. I've joined too many clubs, and the way they look from the outside and the way they operate on the inside are never the same. Any organization composed of human beings is going to have a certain percentage of them that are just fucking dipshits, and what I found is that the ones who crave hierarchy, the ones who want the power that hierarchy brings, are the shittiest shits of the bunch, no matter who they are. I'm not a hierarchy kind of guy. I don't think anybody should be above anybody, but there are a lot of people out there who can only define their world through who's in charge of who. And like I said, I got no time for it. I got no time for it. Leave me alone, you know? Rewatching Raiders this morning. God damn, Raiders of the Lost Ark is such a good movie. Such a good movie. Tabletop was amazing, if hard. What about you guys? Kat is apparently president of the Losers Club, which is weird. Because she should be more like secretary of the fucking Winners Club. Was that hard? I wanted to say something that was like not unbelievable. Saying like president of the Winners Club feels like I'm blowing smoke. But I don't want to offend either. Any Death Guard players / painters here, problematic gambler. I play and paint a little bit of Death Guard. I just found out that Army intelligence guy in the blue suit is Pork. Oh my god. First of all, I can picture exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, he's the Army intel guy who he comes and he gets Dr. Jones and they have the big conversation where he draws on the board in chalk. And holy shit, that was Porkins, wasn't it? Oh my god. Do I have a button for when my mind gets blown? Do I? Let me see. No, that's not it. Well, you know, whatever. You get the point. Yeah, the scene where they just explain the plot of the movie all the way through to the very end scene. That's the scene. And yeah, that totally is Porkins. Wow, I never put it together, but the moment that you said it, yeah, wow, okay. I was recently forced to admit that I was completely wrong about the identity of Ivan Ooze and that he was, in fact, the guy who played Belloc in Raiders as well. Raiders is the biggest reason that I loathe the Indiana Jones movie that didn't happen. You know, the fourth one that they talked about but never made. Never made. Because I liked Marion Ravenwood in Raiders, and I did not like Marion Ravenwood in the movie that didn't happen. I'm going to do his belt black as well. Just to break it up. I don't want too much brown. Exactly, Kat. Exactly. Finally watched some stuff on I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Yeah, Ellison. Ellison is an angry man. I can't say that Ellison has been wrong about a lot of his predictions and his curmudgeonly nature. If anything, we prove Ellison more right with each passing year. I personally vote Giant Meteor 2020, but, you know, it's not actually something I can vote on, so. I take some comfort in, and I don't want what I say next to come off as depressing, because I actually find it inspiring. I find it inspiring. So let me apologize in advance if this is the sort of thing that you find sad. It's not going to be too bad, don't worry. I'm not about to say anything terrible. I'm just going to say that I love the scientific notion that the universe is ultimately headed towards a ubiquitous state of entropy. It brings me some comfort anytime I look at something going on in the news or in the world that is bad. It brings me an immense amount of comfort to note that eventually, and again I apologize if you don't like what I'm about to say, eventually everything in the universe will be cold and dark and motionless. Everything. So, find your own meaning. That's not to say that things are meaningless. There is meaning to be found every single day, in every single thing that you do. But you have to find it in yourself. At least, again, that's my opinion. And that's not even like an anti-religion kick. If you find meaning in religion, I'm all for it. I find that comforting, though. In the grand scheme, it doesn't really matter. This has been a weird stream so far. We've gotten, like, political and philosophical, two things I try to avoid at all costs. I hope it hasn't been, I hope it hasn't turned anybody off. I hope it hasn't pissed anybody off, That hasn't been my intention. I'm just feeling very honest today. Not that I'm not usually honest. I am honest with you guys. I'm just, I guess I've been thinking about a lot of this stuff lately. Hey, Chaotic Harmony. What's up? See, now the stream can really start. I was just passing time until Chaotic showed up. But now we can actually get rolling. Local store has hundreds of unpainted minis donated by a dude who had too many. I asked to paint some and they said yes, and now I can paint things other than mechs. Chaotic, that's cool, man. What kind of minis are they? Completely off topic and on to something considerably happier of a subject matter. But if you like spicier stuff, you might like the jalapeno cheddar Chex Mix. Dude, yes! I know, I love that shit. It's so good. You called me short, and I will hate you forever. Because of it. The politics and stuff? Nah. But calling me short, that was too much. Chaotic Harmony, you better have a painting stream coming up. Chaotic Harmony paints, or I fucking riot. Notice I didn't say we riot, I riot. It's gonna be a one-man riot. It's not the most impressive riot, I confess, but I'm still gonna do it. Actually mean to get that yellow down onto the shearling, but I did, so here we are. I've got a bone to pick with Chaotic. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Chaotic Harmony, she's gonna pick your bone, dude. Or you're gonna pick her bone, or I'm not really sure what the nomenclature on that would be. I want my mechs to look more like modern military vehicles and less like cyberpunk or flashy. So what color should I use for the cockpit and lights? WJ, if you want them to look really realistic, there's been a guy posting some images of mechs recently on the Facebook groups who has a method I think you should look at. I don't remember who it is that's been posting them, but what he's doing is doing kind of a blue-black, real deep cockpit glass on his mechs, and then doing light reflections on that. So in one corner he's got a red, and in the other corner he's got a blue, just kind of etching out the corners. And it looks like real tinted glass that's reflecting light from around the environment. If you look on the Facebook groups for Battletech, I'm sure you can find, he's talked a few times about, what does he call it? He called it like a retro look? I don't know how it's retro, I don't think that word applies at all, but the method is solid, and I think it looks very realistic, as compared with the bright colors that a lot of people like myself tend to use. What? Huh? No! It does not. Cat. But somebody ban Cat. I don't know who even has the power to do that, but somebody do it. Does not look like that at all. You have to give it time to build up the color and then darken the recesses, Cat. Jeez. Playing in poo. No. Did someone steal your keyboard? Oh, the paint on the... That's not... That doesn't look... No, it's just yellow-brown, which admittedly some poo is that color. What? Cat, what is it that you eat? It sounds like you have some unhealthy stool. I gotta be honest.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. "Oh, I suppose I need more paint," he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
The desire was there. He knew that. Easily the best part of all of the 50 Shades recordings. That's my favorite. Can we not talk about poop? Please? Do we need a rule 2? Because so far we've got
Welcome
one
back
real
to 50
rule
Shades
here.
of Coal Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. "Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot."
I hate you guys. There will be no forgiveness for this. This is going to get a wash here in a minute. I want to lay down a good brown to build up into gold on the hilt of the sword. I think I'm just going to use the same brown I did on the pants because I want it to go pretty dark if I'm going to do a non-metallic metal effect. Defecation station bots. Poo is still a better topic of conversation than politics. You're not wrong. Maybe that can become our thing. Anytime someone brings up politics, I'm just going to veer the conversation into stool consistency. That should shut him up, right? Seriously, can we not talk about poop, please? Is that an option that we have? Can I make that request as the streamer? Stop it. More like hooatics. No, you're not right, Chaotic. Okay. Come on. Peak shit. Oh, God. What kind of an environment have I cultivated here? Oops. Alright, I want to put a wash over the jacket and the shearling to start to bring out the texture, and I think I'm going to use light tone? I remember light tone is a little red. Yeah, it's a little red, a little yellow. That's definitely what I want to use, and I'm going to use it undiluted because we're going to continue to paint over it, and I really want it to... Well, I'm going to add a little bit of water, just for flow's sake. still pretty thick. Add a touch of flow aid. Going to record it now? Oh boy! I can't wait to skip that in the Storm Report coming up. Haven't mentioned that all stream. By the way, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, and how could you not? We have such erudite and enlightened conversation around here sometimes. If you'd like to share some of your own artistic work with us, we have a little bit at the end of the stream called the Storm Report. And what it is just a little chance for the community to kind of join in and share what you guys have been working on. With me, with us, with everybody. If you felt like participating, I would absolutely love that. All you need to do to be part of the action is join the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go over into the channel called The Storm Report, and post up to 3 pictures. And then at the end of the stream, we're going to take a look at what we've got in said Storm Report, go over each picture, and usually talk about it a little bit. It's a good time. I really like it when people feel like sharing. It's something that I've had to develop as a skill. It can be harrowing, sharing your work with other people. But I love seeing what you guys are working on. It's a huge inspiration to me. So if you feel like sharing, if you feel like getting your pictures out there, please feel free to participate. You don't need to be a subscriber. You don't even need to stick around the Discord afterwards. You can join, post some pictures, and leave if that's what makes you happy. I just want to see what you're working on. And it's really anything artistic. It doesn't strictly have to be miniatures. I won't get washes from them in that case. That's not a thing I'll do. Yeah, go right ahead, Problematic Gambler. His headdress also needs a coat of brown because it is also going to come up into gold. This is one of those minis that's going to have a real threshold on it, you know? Where you're painting and you're like, this looks like absolute crap, what am I doing? And then I'm going to hit a point with the highlights where suddenly I like it. But the initial colors are just so bizarre, it's hard to see what they're going to be through the base coats. So, I don't know how many of you people out there are familiar with Danger 5. It's something I've talked about briefly a little bit here on the stream, not really in detail. It is a show by Dario Russo, I believe his name is, primarily, and a few other people from Australia. And it was around on Netflix and a few other streaming services for a little while. For the first season and then the second season when it came out. But since then, it's been almost impossible to find. I don't know what the distribution deal is. You can't... It's hard to even find it pirated, and you can't buy DVDs of it because they're all, you know, like, locked to the Australia region. It's been pretty frustrating. However, it is apparently now all on Shout, I want to say? Shout TV? But what I really bring this up for is that Saturday, this upcoming Saturday, next Saturday, here on Twitch... They are going to be hosting a marathon of both seasons 1 and 2, along with commentary from the creators. I cannot recommend this enough. I really can't. This show is so funny. And the creators are really funny guys. And I'm going to be there. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'll post up some links later in the Discord. But you should really check it out. It's some... I hesitate to even try to describe the show, because if I describe it to you, you're going to go, oh, well, that's stupid. And the thing is, yes, it is. It is aggressively stupid. But you really just sort of have to take it in to understand the brilliance of it. It makes fun of, like, men's adventure magazines from the 1920s. and Antonio Margheriti movies. Margheriti. You may know that name because they did make fun of him in Inglourious Basterds, but that is a legitimate director who made some absolutely crazy Italian films. But like I said, they're going to be doing a marathon of both seasons with commentary, and I really think you should check it out. I think it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And as always, kill Hitler. Yes. It's a team of international spies that work for Mech Boy Iguana. Joining the Storm Chaser squad as an ARC trooper. Mech Boy Iguana, would you do me a favor? Toss me a message on Discord, and let's talk about the armor patterns that we're going to do for you. Thursday's my birthday. Happy birthday! Happy upcoming birthday, Roland! I hope you'll be here. Oh, Coral, I don't do Danger 5 rants. What are you talking about? That's not a thing. But Danger 5 is a team of 5 individuals who are spies, sort of an international coalition from around the world. And they, go on missions during World War II to thwart the Nazis, and as always, kill Hitler. That is their primary remits, their primary mission. Hitler in the show is played by the father of one of the creators. I think it's Dario Russo's father? I can't remember whose dad it is, but it's somebody's father. And their version of Hitler is absolutely hilarious. He's really something. And I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, how do I describe this show? What should I go into on why the show is good? But anything that I say is just going to sound insane. The first episode that you're going to watch is going to involve the Nazis stealing monuments from around the world in order to stack them on top of each other and make a giant over-monument to the Nazi party. Like, they steal the Statue of Liberty and the Eiffel Tower and they stack them on top of one another to make a bigger, better monument. You just kind of have to watch it. It really defies explanation. But you're going to have the opportunity to here pretty soon, is the point that I'm really trying to get at. And you should. You should give it a chance. Because if you watch like one 20-minute episode and you don't like it, you can always peace out, you know? Oh, thank you, MechBoy Iguana. Cat Ion also. That fills up our basic squad. We've only got 2 slots left after that. But that's excellent, because I will have a full squad of ARC troopers with pretty cool paint jobs. And ideally a little story behind each of them. Or, at least an explanation. Other than, well, I thought it would look cool. And Shavia, we officially have one slot left. One slot at this point. Shavia, do me a favor, toss me a message on Discord, and we'll talk about that later. International from around the world, tell me more. It's actually really non-specific. Like, the team member Pierre is just European, and he has a vague European accent. And then between seasons, he turns black, but he's still European, and just nobody remarks on it. He's just a completely different actor who is a black guy now. And it's like, well, they're in the 80s, so Pierre's black now, I guess. That's just how it is. I want to join Storm Chasers as a bondsman. We can talk about that, WJ. Let me figure something else out. I played Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus not too long ago. Their version of Hitler was interesting. Yeah, I liked him. The raving old Hitler in Wolfenstein 2. You almost felt sorry for him there at the end. Not really, but a little bit. He was similar to, I feel, how they portrayed him in Man in the High Castle. Like, yeah, Hitler never should have been allowed to get this old because he's just crazy. Just a madman. Which, from what we know of him, yeah, he probably just would have gone crazier and crazier and crazier as time went on. didn't get that far into Man in the High Castle. Should I try again? Pez Motion, I have a hard time recommending it because the ending is really, really 50-50. The last season of Man in the High Castle was rushed. It was clear that they were just told, this is your last season, end it. And they were like, oh god, we have to do a bunch of stuff to end it. And it kind of worked. WJ, what they did was similar to what happened to Game of Thrones, but handled better, in my opinion. Where Game of Thrones dropped the ball because they were like, no, fuck you, we don't want to make a show anymore. Man of the High Castle was more like, oh, we don't get to make a show anymore, we gotta end it now. The character endings were solid. The endings for some of the best characters I thought were really, really good. The overall ending was a little not great, in my opinion. Alright, I gotta start working on some highlights at this point, because I've got most of my bass tones down pretty good. Oh, I do want to do another wash. I'm going to use soft tone over the jacket so that I can build up those gold highlights. I would say that if you had already watched a bunch of Man in the High Castle, like, go ahead and go through to the ending. But if someone asked me, should I watch all of Man in the High Castle, I might not recommend it now. You might just be better off leaving it. Some great performances, some really enjoyable seasons, not the best ending. It does end. You know, I gotta give it that. There are a lot of shows that just go on forever and ever and ever and ever and never seem like they're gonna end. They did end it. It could have been better. Oh, you finished Clone Wars. Kat, what did you think? They took one of the few quasi-sympathetic black hats he felt quasi-bad for, and he felt like he was forced into a bad philosophy and part to save his family into a pure cartoon villain. Yes, I agree. John Smith went fucking crazy by the end of the series, and it didn't really make sense in all cases, particularly when he, spoiler alert, guys, I'm gonna drop some spoilers for Man in the High Castle. I'm just gonna do that, okay? I'm sorry if you haven't seen it. I'm just gonna tell you right now, it's really not. They're not great. But they're in the final season when John Smith takes over the American Nazi Party, becomes leader of the new American Reich. Like, that didn't make any sense at all. He was just like, well, I'm in charge now, and the entire combined Nazi military is like, I guess he's in charge now. Not like we have a system for this sort of thing. Like, what the hell? As far as great series that sound horrible when described, IGPX is right up there with... No, I have not, Samara. I'm sorry. It's on my list, but that list shrinks very rarely, unfortunately. Painted Ogre, subscribing with Twitch... I can't talk the words. Subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much, Painted Ogre. I appreciate that. Keeps the stream going, baby. Now, I do feel like the ending that they gave John Smith for the direction they took him was pretty good, but the direction they took him was also insane, so I forgive people if they're not a huge fan of it. And I'm going to toss a quick strong tone wash over the pants before I start the highlighting, and then probably another one when I'm done. Not a lot. Thank you so much for that shout out, Kat. I'm sorry, I forgot to even ask. When do you stream, Painted Ogre? Like, what's your schedule? You're talking about the last season of Man in the High Castle or Wolfenstein? Because in Man in the High Castle, Himmler did take over for a while. And then they killed him, and they were like, we're in charge now. And the entire Nazi party was like, well, I guess this random American guy's in charge. Yeah, he was. And then they killed him. Saturday AM evening and Wednesday evenings. Okay. That actually works out for me, because those are times that I can watch That is going to be an improvement. I can start doing some highlights. Sad the next season is the last season of Bosch. Bosch is a great show. I'm actually a fair bit behind on Bosch as of right now. I have some catching up to do. But I kind of like to do that with shows. Let a few seasons come out and then come back to them. And then just binge the ever-loving hell out of them. I'm going to do a coat of this dark purple one more time before I start highlighting it. That's the one thing about the way that I build up some of these gradients using my pre-shading, is you will sometimes have to do a couple of coats, because it tends to be pretty desaturated. It's actually pretty good in there. I'm going to move that towards white. And then I want to darken the magenta a little bit, so I'm going to hit that with a purple wash. I'm sad they never gave The Tick at least one more season. Did you hear how much that show cost to make? Sentient Pickle? They were spending something obscene, like $500,000 an episode to make that show. Like, I enjoyed that show, don't get me wrong. I thought it was better than I think a lot of people did. But $500,000 per episode, it was not worth that. It's really no wonder they canceled it. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, WJ, that whole... It felt like, and it was, they were like, well, the show has to end, so some things have to just happen. Like, the whole thing with John Smith just taking over the American Reich didn't make any sense. Like, the entire Nazi military would just roll over and ignore all lines of succession because this one random dude said so? Nah, I don't think so. I mean, okay, he isn't a random dude, but there were definitely institutions in place that would have taken power before he did. That, and they introduced the, what was it was like the Black Liberation Front or something for the Pacific states. But what was awkward about that wasn't their existence, it was that they were just like, hey, remember that whole Pacific State resistance movement that we've spent multiple seasons building up? Well, they're gone, and now they're just going to be these other guys now. They're who are doing the resisting. Which was awkward and strange and didn't feel right. Flavolicious in the house. Cat, would you give me a shout out for my man Flavolicious over here? So I do want to go pretty pale with the purple and then a bit more vivid with the magenta. So I'm going to go with this Monster Maw pink and see what that does. Did I already miss the Star Wars ranting? I haven't ranted about Star Wars, to my knowledge, at all today. Cat, don't call... Can we have a policy of not calling anyone daddy on this stream? Is that a thing that we can do, please? Yeah, that's moving in a direction I'm comfortable with. And it needs a bit more paint in it because I thinned this out way too much. Ruining my fun. That's fun for you, is it? Okay. Well, you know, Cat, don't let me stop you. You do what you want to do. It's for my sake, maybe we could not do that. Maybe I'm the one with the issue. I don't know. It's funny, as I mix this, I realize I actually have almost precisely this color sitting on my paint rack, but, you know, whatever. This at least make good use of the purple that I squeezed out that I shouldn't have. No, Hethra, especially not you. Ah, oh, God! Hands highlighted up. Pretty cool Thanos you got there, because he's purple. Pickle Pappy. Yeah, okay, you know what? I'm fine with that. I don't know why I'm fine with that, but I am. No, don't. No, nobody. Somebody ban Catach Harmony before anybody gives him any ideas, please. It's for your own good. My chat are deviants, Chaotic. Deviants, all of them. That's the issue that we're having right now. And I'd prefer if you not encourage them. Alright, get these knuckles a little bit here. And we'll have one more color on the hands for a final highlight. I think I'm going to take it pretty pale, actually. I'll put a touch of white in there. I'm not even going to read that. I don't have to acknowledge that I even read it if I don't want to. I don't know, somehow when Chaotic says it, it doesn't disturb or upset me as much. Take from that what you will. This chat is fucking me all up because I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing on my mixing, and I'm doing crazy things. Like that, I just put white paint directly into my purple-pink mixture, and I did way too much of it, and I'm just gonna try to make it work, what I've done here, creating this strange lavender. But, I didn't mean to do it. Yeah, just throw the figure anywhere, just toss it, you know. Just anywhere you want to. No big deal.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
More of a lilac. You know what, we're gonna lean into...
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
We're gonna lean into the lilac now. That's what we're gonna do. It will differentiate it from the magenta on his head. How about that? I agree, Dark Fox. I mean, you're not wrong, WJ. Every picture I've looked at him, he's like, ooh boy, he really goes for the colors. It's like, I need a full face mask and a bodysuit. And what color would you like it in, sir? The entire spectrum from pink to deep purple. Oh, yeah, okay. The villain formerly known as Prince over here. Oh, Shavio, thank you so much for saying so. I feel like maybe you need to watch better streamers, but, you know, I appreciate that. I'm propped up by having truly an excellent chat, but I'm not sure how it happened. Is it me? Is your second favorite me? Chaotic, shamelessly fishing for compliments. But that's part of his charm, you know? Begging people to like him. And then lurming them to death. A little bit of each. Some Cobra Troopers did that, like the pilot for the Cobra Manta, or was it the Moray, the flying bomber submarine? Well, yeah, okay, WJ, we can't go through life judging everything based on what Cobra soldiers did or did not wear. They wore some insane shit. Their commander had a silver face mask, for fuck's sake. I think skirts actually go swoosh, Cat. That's a common misconception. One more touch on this. And that's going to be a much, much lighter lilac. We're leaning into the lilac, that's what we're doing. Second fave has to be Bob Ross. Oh my god, you're out of your mind. Not for one of your favorites being Bob Ross, that makes perfect sense, but don't put me. I mean, like, I appreciate it, but Bob Ross is God. And comparing anyone to Bob Ross is like, ooh. You have to understand what you're saying here. My ego could grow to dangerous sizes if you keep this up. I don't know, Sentient, but like I read it, I know that you said it, I don't know what you mean any more than you do. Cobra Weather Dominator. Dude, the Weather Dominator has always been my favorite Cobra plot. Anytime anyone has ever suggested to me, like, pursuing a career as a supervillain, my first remark has always been, only if I get to have a Weather Dominator. Look at this deep V he's rocking. The deepest of V's. Down past his nips. Some of those highlights are kind of rough, but I think a quick purple wash will bring them all in line. hard to tell. There's supposed to be another fingertip kind of nestled in here, but it's not really sculpted in all that well, so I'm just gonna try to simulate one. So that he looks like he actually does have 5 fingers. Wait, that's because his... It's hidden okay, now I see. Because his thumb tip is crooked and coming back. That's why. Human anatomy! Hooray! I know what hands look like sometimes. How many times have you been asked if you would like to be a supervillain exactly? You might be surprised. People get to know me, and it seems like the first thing they want to ask me is, so, is your life's ambition to be a supervillain? And I'm like, I mean, you know, a little bit. I don't have the money. That's always the thing that stops me from becoming a supervillain, not, you know, the inherent impossibility of the act, but the lack of money. Well, I guess that's part of it. Supervillains always have an unreasonable amount of money that makes it possible for them to be supervillains in the first place. So now he's the 6-fingered man. But only on his right hand. Where do you think he got that sword from? Alright, let's do a little bit of work on the pants. So I'm going to mix in a flesh tone to do those highlights. Tiny humans have invaded my office. Well, stomp on them if they're tiny. Oh yeah, don't stomp on your kids. No, I do not endorse stomping on children. That is not something that we here at Thunderhead Studio are comfortable with having attributed to our channel. I really have been incredibly wasteful with paint today. What this means to me is that later I'm going to have to find something to do with all these paints that I've mixed up. I'm going to have to pick a project off the shelf that's going to use these other than Baron Zemo and try to use up as much of it as I can. That'll be a fun process. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for being here, Pez Motion. You have fun feeding the kids. I know that's always a blast. I'm working against myself today. I'm working stupid. I just need to go lighter. Our number one parenting tip is to stomp the fuckers. Yeah, exactly. That's precisely what I mean to say. This is more of what I'm looking for right now. Quick layer of highlights on the pants. This tone should go well. Get a canvas, paint an alien landscape. Hey, that could work. What I've actually always wanted to do is, like, you see people who go thrifting for, like, old landscapes, and then they do things like add alien invasions or giant kaiju monsters into them. That actually seems like fun to me. Take, like, an old picture of the prairie and put in a big spider monster stomping its way across the landscape. I could dig that. Or a painting of a city and put in a UFO hovering over it. That's just good, clean fun. I guess I could do something like that. I have enough paint for it. But that would require me knowing how to paint in 2 dimensions and not just paint details that other artists have already put onto things for me, and I think we all know that I'm not capable of that. I've considered trying some 2-dimensional, more traditional painting in the past, but I just love miniatures, I really do. I have fun painting them. Even ones that I struggle with a bit, I always have a good time, you know? Paint some Merrick Militia. Man, if I paint Merrick Militia, I'm going to wind up comparing them to yours. They've been so good. So good, your Merrick Militia are. And then I'm going to try something stupid, like free-handing the little eagles, and it's just not, it's not going to go as well. Besides, most of my Merrick that I paint wind up being First Free World Guard. I like the First Free World Guard color scheme, the off-white with purple. I've always thought it looked good. Having a hard time keeping focus here. That's okay, you don't have to be entirely focused. I appreciate that you're here at all. Merrick Shatter Camo, Roland, stop it. Stop doing that. E-Sun better be a good PLA, because I'm spending 40 Canadian dollars on it. I think E-Sun is good. I haven't used it myself, but I've heard good things. Maybe Flav could help you out. I know he buys up there in Canuck Land. Lately, I've been using, when I'm able to get into Micro Center, locally, who carries 3D printers and 3D printing supplies now, I pick up their in-house brand, which is Inland PLA, and that has all printed very nicely for me. But lately, obviously, I haven't been able to get into town and physically go to as many stores. So I've been using some stuff I got off Amazon from Rep Wrapper, I feel like, is the name of the brand? Or maybe it's just the company that sells it. It's what it says on the side of the thing, Rep Wrapper. And it's all been very high quality. I've liked it quite a bit. Just a little bit of water. Gotta go to work. I'm sorry to hear that, Vergatarung. I know that that's a less than exciting experience for you at the moment, but I hope everything goes well regardless. Thank you so much for being here, though. I always appreciate it when you make it out to the stream. Chat, do me a favor. Everybody wish Vergatarung a happy, relaxing, and incident-free day at work. One free of infectious Karens. Don't boo him. It's not a good reaction. Boo this man! cast Summon Karen, and she wants to speak to your manager. What is the male version of a Karen? I feel like most of the times we just say that a guy is a Karen if they're being a Karen, something that I've truly been guilty of at times in my life, I confess. But I'm wondering if we need a phrase to just describe a male Karen. A Kyle? A Chad? See, Chads and Flav, like, I've heard Chad, but I feel like Chad indicates something else entirely. Chads don't want to speak to your manager. Chads are going to have their dad fire your dad, you know? I'm talking about the kind of guy who you go out to dinner with and you sit down and he pulls out like a wad of ones and he puts it on the table and he tells the waiter, "This is your tip, and every time that I'm displeased, I'm going to put another $1 back in my pocket." Like, that's not a Chad. Chad wouldn't tip at all. That's because you have some fucking self-respect, cat. It doesn't mean people don't do it. Are we going with a Kyle? I feel bad about that. I know some Kyles that I like. I guess I know some Karens that I like, though, to be fair, as well. Here's a tip. Don't be a cunt. That'd be a good one. There is a South Park episode that covers... See, I apologize. I am out of the loop on South Park for several years now. I haven't watched since prior to 2016. I think you're probably overdoing the texturing on these pants. But that's okay. That's okay, we'll live, you know? What, because of South Park? Aren't you like a Canadian person who hasn't watched Letterkenny? I don't think you're allowed to be disappointed in other people for not watching things. Way of the road, bubs. Way of the road. I can't wait to paint these D&D minis, man. I'm excited for you, Catacarmony. You just primed them up? Are we going to get some pictures of them before you start painting them? And are you going to paint them on stream? These are my two main questions. So I am going to do a wash over this brown, but I'm going to make it a real light one. Just to do some blending, because I'm actually pretty happy with the colors I've picked. At least I think I am. I think I'm happy. Whoever even knows, really. What is happiness? Have I ever been happy since I was like 13? I don't know. To be fair, I also have not watched Letterkenny, so I can't give anybody any shit either. That's okay, Kat. I mean, it sounds like there are plenty of them for you to be able to work through. throw another wash over these pants now they got this highlight done, because I don't want it to be too stark, but I do want it to be there. This is AP Strong Tone again. Just want to pull all the highlights I've done together into a more muted tone. I should do it. I should do it nicely, I think. Yeah, send me some pictures, Cat Carmody. Oh, donate a storm. I see what you got. I missed the first part of that conversation. I wasn't looking. You know, Chaotic, if you want minis that aren't mechs, you really only have to ask. I have no problem with printing you some miniatures. I've got all kinds of files. This isn't to say that you shouldn't paint those D&D minis. I think that all minis deserve to be painted, ultimately. And it does me some good to know that some discarded, forgotten miniatures out there are going to get some love. That's important, too. Work on these boots a little bit. They're already kind of... Might as well start with a higher tone than that. Yeah, that'll be good. I like that. There's a little bit of a mold line on this guy, but I'm just gonna ignore it, and we're gonna carry on regardless. He's wearing like armored spats or something. I guess that's what these are. It's a goofy pair of boots. Like motorcycle boots, man. Is he just rocking like a motorcycle fetish gear kind of thing? Baron Zemo's a weird guy. I mean, if that wasn't obvious from the tight magenta face mask. Probably do those rivets in another color entirely. Don't really play physical D&D, so I really just want to paint the shop's minis. Yeah, I mean, hey man, minis is minis. And it'll be nice to be painting something other than mechs. That I know. You paint the same thing too often, and you can definitely get burnt out on it. I guess that's not true for everybody. I know people who just paint the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over, and that's the only thing they paint. But then I know people who play the same video games. Just constantly, just the same thing. And I guess that's how you become a pro gamer, but I don't understand how that's fun. Reaper bones. I mean, you can tell if they're in a white, fairly soft plastic, they're probably Reaper bones. That's not universally true. Recently, Reaper bones have improved the quality of their plastic. They had the Reaper Black line that was a lot better. You can spray prime Reaper bones. They're just PVC. It's not like they're made of fucking unicorn hair and spider's webs. Texturing on your booty boots. A little bit there. Yeah. Okay. Let's come around here and do the back. So I'm looking forward to getting this new light arch setup, particularly with the light diffusers, because it should reduce the glare of these lights that I have right in my face while I'm painting. Thunder Chicken. Roland, that's something I actually do want to do. I've been talking to Samare about it. I've been talking to Samare. We have talked. He sent me the pictures of the Thunder Chicken. I am planning on making a file for it. Putting the AC-20 on the Raven. That should be a good time. I haven't had time lately. I've been working on a lot of other stuff. But, you know, keep your eye out. Not that you have to keep your eye that out. Pretty much when I do something, I announce it freaking everywhere. It's going to be hard to miss. But if when I get that done, those files are going to be hitting the web, the old Thingiverse, as well, and everybody will be able to get their hands... That wasn't even a sentence. Everybody will be able to get their hands on them. That was a sentence. Those were words. Yeah, as long as it's not tacky, you should be fine. Gotta remember to get that STL link from you. My arch will be done in 2 hours. The one with the diffuser sounds great. Datron Voltari, if you hit exclamation point STL, you will have the link. I put it up today very much on purpose. Alright, I'm going to do a quick black wash over those two parts so that I can start to get a feel for how those are going to come together. You can use an airbrush to prime them and they will be fine. Yeah, I use an airbrush to prime everything these days. And I guess I wasn't really thinking about the fact that there are extra chemicals in rattle can primers. That might not be good on PVC. It's been a long time since I've used those. This is just distilled. Anytime you see me dip my brush real quick and then mix, it's just distilled water that I'm adding, by the way. That's probably pretty obvious, but just in case anybody was wondering. I'm going to print that light arch once I'm done with my current run of terrain. I love the one you built me, but it has limitations. Hathaway, that's exactly where I'm at with it. Like, I love it. It's great. It's done a fantastic job. It has limitations. It absolutely does. You know what, before I do that wash, I'm going to take some pure Wolf Gray and do the rivets, because I'd like them to also get the benefit of the black wash. Aeon Drummond, hey, how's it going? Good to see you, man. Where does one get the lights for the light arches? Cat, you pick up any, like, 50/50 LED light strips. They're available commonly. You can get them... Hell, you can go down to IKEA and pick them up. Amazon has them in all sorts of different styles. And then you just glue them in yourself. And sometimes it can take doing a little bit of wiring, depending on how complex you want to get. But for the most part, it's as easy as stick down, plug and play. And most of them are self-adhesive, for that matter. I will usually use a different adhesive than the one that they include, because they're just like peel-off stick 3M strips, and I don't know about you guys, but I've never really had great experiences with 3M stick-down strips. I don't know, maybe it's the heat of the LEDs that causes it to loosen, but I've never had great luck with them. I prefer to use something a bit more robust. It's the kind of stuff you would use for, like, under-cabinet lighting, Cat. You can get it in all sorts of different intensities and temperatures. For painting, you generally want to use a very high Kelvin, low-temperature light. Something very blue. But, of course, when you're painting, you want to use all light temperatures at some point, and you definitely want to take what you're painting, if you're painting it under cold light, and look at it under warm light at some point. It can really change the look of a Mini. Oh, I see. I see what you did there, Hatfield. Yes, I caught that, just so you know. How long would you say this new arch is going to take to print? So far, it has taken 70 hours, and I've got 40 hours left of just solid print time. Estimated. Ideally, I'll have it working by Tuesday's stream. Not guaranteed, but ideally, as long as none of my prints fail between now and then. It's not really that bad, Cat, considering it's like I start the print, I leave it. Like, it's not like I have to work for 90 hours, I just let it go for 90 hours. Realistically, that's letting it go for a couple of days. And you know, I'm running one fairly small printer. A lot of people have multiple printers, and eventually, here pretty soon I'm thinking I'm going to be getting that Ender 5 Plus. Now that they've got the silent motherboard for it, I really want to budget that in. I've actually got the space in my office to put it in now, and I'd like to convert my Ender 3 to something that can print in ABS, so I can make some more robust stuff. And I've been doing so much prototyping lately. Right now I'm designing terrain for Battletech and for Star Wars Legion, as well as miniatures for Star Wars Legion, and I'd like to do some other things as well. And I keep my printer going pretty much 24 hours a day. I really kind of need another print bed, you know, going to keep up with my own production. Which is, I suppose, the kind of problem you want to have. Oh no, I'm too productive. Oh god, what am I gonna do? This is a funny angle to get these rivets on his other foot. I think these are rivets. I don't know what else they would be. Alright, now I'm going to do a black wash. My printer rarely gets downtime. Yeah, Hethrear, that is the state of things. And then Like, the great fear is, when does it break? When does it stop printing? Because that downtime is killer, man. The Ender 3 is such a nice machine. How much did you end up getting yours for, by the way, Hethrir? I'm curious. If you don't mind. Maybe it's rude to ask about finances. I don't know. You don't have to tell me. Take the black paint, scrub it on some bones minis with a wet toothbrush. What are we talking about? $200? Yeah, that's about right. I got mine on sale for $180, so that seems to be about what it goes for these days. Of course, I got mine back when it was new, and $180 was like a screaming deal, but now it just kind of hovers around there as the general price point. That's sort of where it's settled. But for $200, an Ender 3 is a steal. I can't, like, I should probably sit down and quantify the actual money that I have combined, saved, and made using the Ender 3 since I purchased it. But, I mean, my return on investment has been obscene. Obscene. That's if we're just counting things that I otherwise would have purchased, but I instead wound it up. Wound it up? What's wrong with my brain? Instead wound up printing. The Pro was $220 last week. The Pro's pretty nice too. Again, as far as I know, the Pro just fixes a lot of the little niggles and problems that people had with the Ender 3 basic model. Like an improved power supply, for one. English failed. Most of my Englishings are English failures. Let's just be honest. I'm gonna speak two languages, English and bad English. And a little bit of bad Arabic, honestly. Though not lately. I meant to put down some of this purple wash earlier, but I didn't. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Just to pull these lilac highlights together. Ender 3 for $179 right now. Yeah, that's about as low as I think it's ever gonna go. Maybe not ever. You know, you give it a few years, let the new CR models be cheaper, and yeah, the Ender 3 is gonna drop. But $180 for the Ender 3 is a great price and has been for a while. I'm all about. I got to get that Ender 5 Pro or Ender 5 Plus. The increased print area is going to be just amazing for me. Alright, I gotta work on this jacket a little bit, what do you say? It might be a little light for using polished leather. But desert sand? Maybe? Maybe. I'm gonna do a little bit of a mix of polished leather and this desert sand that I've already got on my palette. I'm trying to be slightly more efficient because I have actually wasted... Now, the nice thing is I've wasted paint on my palette today, but not that much. Most of this is water and a little bit of matte medium. I haven't actually emptied my paint bottles particularly. You see how disorganized I am? I need to put things back as I use them, and I just don't do it. I just kind of bunch them up on my desk here. Pro painter, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not a pro painter. I'm pretty sure that was the joke. A little bit lighter than that. Yeah, now we're talking. This I think I can work with. Let's find out. Yeah, I don't hate that. Start with. So wrinkly. So wrinkly his jacket is. I think I'm going to want to darken it a fair amount with some washes after this, so I can be pretty liberal with my highlight sweeps. There's like this hatch mark texture on his elbow pads, and I guess I'm gonna try to stick to it a little bit, but it's so fine. Pretty much all the Marvel Crisis Protocols minis are very nice. They're well done. Some of them do have some details that are just like, how in God's name did you expect me to paint that? Spider-Man was a bit like that when I was doing him. Some of his details were just like, what the hell are you thinking? Noise is a huge issue for me. My hobby stream area is smack dab in the middle of the living room. The joys of a tiny apartment. I am incredibly lucky that I have the ability to have my secluded office where I've got it. I'm also incredibly lucky that my wife is as amenable to me sealing myself up in here for hours the way that I am able to. And I'm thankful for that. I truly am. I recognize that it is not something a lot of people get to do. Prior to my current living setup, I probably would not have been able to stream like this. Oh, yes, Painted Ogre. What Heather is talking about, I'm sorry, I didn't read the entire conversation. The silent chipset is magic. Absolute magic. Like, once I put one in my Ender 3, it went from, yeah, there's a whine when it prints, but I can deal with it, to, is my printer running? Like, you can't even tell. I know that it finishes. It is fairly yellow. It's going to get some washes to tone it down a little bit. And it's also going to get some highlights up into more of a cream color. But, I mean, like, the only way I can tell my printer finishes now is the fan will stop. So I'll stop hearing this low-level whir, and I'll hear the click of the arm coming up and moving over and hitting the stop sensors, which is just a little sensor clicking when it reaches the end of the arm. Like, that's how I know it's finished. It's not because I can actually hear the printing going on. Literally right behind the TV. Oof, that is rough. I'm gonna give this, I think, instead of a brown wash, more of a flesh wash, something a little ruddy. Thinking of the one shearling jacket that I owned, like bomber-style jacket in my life. It was a very yellow-red, ruddy kind of leather. That's the word that I keep thinking of. There's probably a word for that. In fact, there almost certainly is, because, you know, people make these jackets, and they have to have a way to describe them in the industry, but I'm not sure what it would be. I think of flesh wash. Kind of a red brown. That or mid brown. It's also a very red brown. And this is kind of a lot of how I paint. Is I'll do my highlights and I'll just sort of carry on with the palette that I'm using. And if I don't like it, I'll use a wash as like a filter or a glaze to adjust it after the fact and bring it more into the spectrum that I'm looking for. That's definitely not the right phrase color-wise, but it's the only thing I can think of at the time. Colors have spectrums, right? Sure, why not? It's looking pretty decent. I think one khaki suede kind of. Yeah, that's sort of the direction I'm taking it, Cat. Particularly once I do this last highlight on here, I think that will become more obvious. But then I want to make it a little redder than that. Again, I'm certain there's an actual phrase for precisely what I'm talking about. I just don't know what it is. New stream computer, then a printer. You guys sold me. Yeah, dude, I cannot, like, particularly if you're just into miniatures as a hobby. Not even just streaming. I cannot recommend 3D printing enough. It is so much more, like, it is a hobby unto itself, but it's more than that. It opens up whole avenues that you probably haven't even considered before. It supplements miniature painting in a way that I lack the words to fully describe. It has fundamentally changed the way that I approach miniature acquisition. And if you have any questions about getting started or specifics, please ask on the Discord. We have a lot of people who do 3D printing in our community, and they are all very friendly, very helpful folk. Maybe not all of them. I mean, I am in that group, and I am neither friendly nor helpful. But between the lot of us, I'm sure we could answer basically any question you might have. I've been continually amazed at the sheer amount of knowledge we sort of have as a combined group on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. We have some really, really talented makers. Talented printers, talented designers, talented painters. There are people that post in there that put my work to shame that I go to for advice. It's become a really, fairly excellent resource, which is good, because I don't want the Discord to just be another Discord that you're a part of. I understand that, that aversion. I have a lot of Discords I'm in that's just like, well, I guess I'm kind of in this one too, and it overlaps with a bunch of other ones, but I'd like it to be a real resource, and I'd love to take credit for that and say that I am the reason that it became that, but I'm not. The community is. And that, on my part, is pure luck. Gear Falcon with the subscription. Thank you so much, Gear Falcon. 2 months. 2 months you've been trolling around here listening to me talk shit. Imagine that. Every time the numbers go up, I am freshly amazed that we are still doing this, and I am freshly inspired to continue. You know, when I started this stream, when I started streaming, I remember I talked about it on stream. I said that, yeah, we're going to do this for a couple months, and we're going to see how it goes. We'll see if I enjoy it. And, I'm still having fun. This is one of my favorite things to do every week at this point. It has given me a new perspective on painting miniatures, and it's given me a new way to ensure, like I said in the beginning, my ultimate goal here is to use the stream as a way of ensuring that for at least 4 hours, 3 times a week, I sit my butt down and I paint some models. And it does that. It does that amazingly well. I couldn't be happier with that outcome, but it's become so much more than that. Particularly with the way things have been lately, how difficult it is to get out of the house and socialize with people. Like, the environment that I get here in the stream is one that I would be lucky to get going down to my friendly local game shop and hanging out with the guys there. This is a high-level gaming hangout group as far as I'm concerned. It's something that I had been missing since I left San Antonio, and now I have one right here in my office. What I'm trying to say, guys, ultimately, is thank you. Thank you for all your support, but the support that really matters to me, thank you guys just for being here. It really means a lot. You know, I try to keep things fresh. I don't know if I always succeed, but I do try. More like 3 hours, am I right? Yeah, when you cut out all the bullshit and looking at what you guys are doing. Yeah, Hethra, that's exactly what happened. It's all just now like American Mecca, is what we're calling it. Initially, streams were a time killer when I waited for the FLGS to reopen so I could start shooting YouTube gaming videos. It's something I've been trying to get into, Painted Ogre. I have a lot of respect for people who generate YouTube content on the regular, because I've been struggling to even get a couple of videos made lately. It's something, I'm not giving up on it. It's just taken me a while to get into the swing of and to get something that I am personally satisfied with, because apparently I'm a stone-cold harsh critic of myself. Thankfully, I have found someone else to do the editing for me, because that was stopping me dead. But now I have to actually feed him content, which, as it turns out, is much easier to say than to do. What happened to my mid-brown wash? Anyway, it's not where it should be. So I'm going to use flesh tone, but I wish I had my mid-brown. I know I've got mid-brown because I've used it fairly recently, but I don't know where it is. So flesh tone it is. I don't know what happened there, Chaotic.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
That's one of the first times I've seen someone have to have their message deleted in this chat. I probably shouldn't even draw attention to it. I'm just kind of amazed. Got modded hard. I don't care if it was bad. I'm just glad that you did it to Chaotic. I just want him to suffer. I mean, no, I'm sure that it was perfectly legit modding. Got the BAP, as it were. Well, thank you, Cat, for being on top of that. I've got, like, guys, legitimately, and this is, again, not to just blow smoke, I have some of the best mods. Now, I have been very lucky so far in this stream in that I haven't really needed mods to do that much. It's not like I had to get mods because we were being trolled constantly or something like that. It's more just like some of my viewers were so amazing that they decided to start helping with the stream. And their help has been incredible. Absolutely incredible. between Cat and Dark Fox. I've been in streams, I've met other streamers with other mods who just aren't as good, don't have people of this caliber offering up their services, and I'm incredibly thankful for the work that they do. I really am. It's not your job, Cat. I don't pay you, Cat. You're not being paid money. In fact, you have tried to give me... Excuse me, I had something on my microphone. You have tried to give me things of monetary value without letting me pay you, which is crazy. I didn't let her, by the way, chat. I gave her money. She had to accept it. She didn't have a choice. Yeah, see, this is more the color that I'm thinking for the jacket. That little bit of red, I feel like, made kind of all the difference. Might even go a little bit more on it. I'm going to try to do a little bit of dry brushing on the shearling areas. I don't know how it's going to go. There's a little bit of texture to it, not a whole lot. But we're going to give it a shot. I'm going to close this up for just a minute. We have a mostly mature audience. It's true. My task, my position. Cat, modding or not, I'm just glad you're here. Honestly, Cat is an old friend of mine. We knew each other in high school. And we basically lost communication after that. I went off to join the army, and Cat... well, went to school. And, I didn't... no, that's not... you know, I'm not even going to address that, O'Coral. Doesn't even deserve it. And, we did our own thing for like a good 20 years almost, it seems like. Is that accurate, Cat? Am I mistaken, or has it been about 20 years since the last time we saw each other? Fucked off elsewhere, that's accurate. And, I started streaming. And, well, we'd spoken, you know, briefly and little bits here and there on social media and such. A little bit over the years, and then more recently, yes. I need a small dry brush. Have I got a small dry? This is kind of like a dry brush. I don't like this brush. I don't like this brush at all. I'm going to use something else. We talked a little bit on and off over the years, but really not much. And then I got started streaming, and we've really had a great chance to reconnect since then. And I'm glad that we have. Because what's funny is I've lost communication with a lot of the people that I went to high school with who just turned out to be, no offense to anybody, but less interesting. Like there's this one guy, Hethrier he goes by. Oh my god, I knew this guy in high school. He was the worst. He thought he was the cock of the walk. He just knew everybody and knew everything. Ugh. I could not get rid of him fast enough. I appreciate you, Hethrier. I do. I shouldn't dry brush those shearling parts while the jacket is wet. That is going to be a mistake. I almost started doing that, and that would have been bad. So I'm going to wipe this off, and I'm going to come back to it in just a minute. I almost did something very, very stupid. I'm glad I thought of it before I did it. Instead, let's highlight that magenta, why don't we? Meanwhile, I've known Thunderhead for just like a few months and volunteered. Yeah, Dark Fox is a new friend. And I consider a pretty good one. But really, this has all worked out ideally for me. This stream has allowed me to not only reconnect with old friends, but make some fantastic new friends. Ooh, this is very pink. This is indeed quite pink, but it'll be nice and thin. Let's see how it goes on. Yes, O'Coral, that's true. You have volunteered to mod many times. Many times has O'Coral volunteered to mod. And who knows, one day we may take you up on it. I'm mostly just trying to catch these little raised bits on his suit, but they're very fine. Very fine indeed. Dude, Ethrid, no, it's... Thank you. I'm glad that I have been able to help you at all. I always feel like when it comes to painting, I'm flying by the seat of my pants, and if me flying by said seat of said pants, and coming up with techniques that work for me, and then sharing them with you, if that is helpful, like, that's fantastic. That's all I want. Because I never feel like I know what the hell I'm doing. These details are here, but they're barely sculpted in. Oh man, I wish they were just a little bit more existent. I'm just gonna have to kind of fake it. They kind of go up his neck, but also kind of don't exist at all. It's frustrating. And he's supposed to have lines on his face, but again, those lines barely exist, if at all. I think I need to do another slightly different mix. Use this Monster Maw from Reaper and a touch of, what is this, Warlock Purple, which I need to get some more of. I don't know that there's really much. No, I'm getting like bubbles at this point. I'm gonna get some more. I've had this bottle for a long time. I don't use that much hot magenta, you know? Some. Not that much. There, this is more of what I'm thinking. And it's got a better consistency, too. Let's see how this does and see if I need to lighten it some. Yeah, take a break, White Wolf. Good God, don't spill your... no, stop it. If you're spilling glue, take a breather. That's doing better. I'll be able to move it into more pink for my highlights this way. Really, all the Marvel Crisis Protocol minis have been pretty good as far as their detail goes until this one, where I don't know what happened exactly or why I'm not getting as much detail out of it. I know the details are supposed to be there, just not really sculpted in all that well. Which again is a contrast to the other ones I've painted, like Red Skull, where most of the details were actually sculpted in quite well. Sculpted in quite well, that's a whole sentence. Oh gee, you know what I should do before I do this is I should go ahead and dot his eyes. Otherwise I'm gonna be sad when I have to do it later. And I've already painted his face like a fool. Thankfully, he just seems to have white eyes on all the pictures I see of him, so shouldn't be terrible. You doing more MDF terrain, White Wolf? That's not terrible. Need to clean up around the bottom edge of one a little bit and come in with some actual white to brighten those up now that I've got the basic shape down. Magnet sites. Don't ever think too much about Magneto's powers, because they're really kind of nonsense when you do think about them. Like, the amount of brain power that it would take to do the things that he can apparently do is just obscene. Not just manipulating things the way that he does. Like, manipulating things the way that he does is crazy enough in power levels as it is, but then think about, okay, now you have to, like, actually think about all those magnetic fields doing those super complex operations. And that's... I mean, that's something that they had to solve with the Flash by inventing the Speed Force. Also known as, we don't have to explain shit. Look, he thinks at light speed, okay? Shut up. I've always thought Magneto had the coolest powers of anyone in the X-Men setting. Though admittedly, many people in the X-Men setting were designed not to have cool powers, because having cool powers wasn't really the point. I mean, yeah, I mean, if we're really being fair, all superpowers are nonsense. I'm just saying that, you know, like, shooting sparkles out of your hand seems like it would require less brain power than manipulating complex magnetic fields to achieve insane tasks. I always feel like Jubilee got a bad rap. Feel okay about those eyes. Clean up around the edges a little bit. But that's not hard to do. There. His crown is going to be particularly fun. Why does he wear a crown? He's a Baron. What am I saying? Why am I trying to address the ridiculousness of this character? I should just paint him and shut my mouth. I do that, though. My wife likes to watch terrible movies. Like, I'm not insulting her. She likes to watch terrible movies. She finds movies that are guaranteed to be awful and she watches them. She'll say things like, ooh, this one has Casper Van Dien in it. but I will sit there and watch them, and I will say things like, "Oh yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, because the monster's powers, like, it makes sense. You should go in there, right? Oh, he turned into a big mosquito, so of course he's still got teeth around his proboscis sucker thing. Oh yeah, it totally makes sense to run away from the Shark Man by going into the sewer." And it's like, I have moments where I'm saying these things, and I just stop, and I'm like, what am I saying? What exactly is it that I'm criticizing here? Did I mention before, by the way, that Prospect is on Hulu now? This is a bit of a non sequitur, because Prospect is not a bad movie. Prospect is actually quite a good movie. If you like Pedro Pascal at all as an actor, or if you're not sure if you like Pedro Pascal at all as an actor, maybe you haven't seen him in enough things, I strongly encourage you, if you have a Hulu subscription, to go onto Hulu and watch Prospect. I will warn you ahead of time, it's a bit slow, and it's a bit obtuse. It's not going to explain everything that's going on to you. It's going to do a lot of show-don't-tell world building. But the writing and the acting is phenomenal, and it's rare that I see a sci-fi movie like that where I'm left just wanting, like, more in that universe. I'm like, show me more. Give me more. They probably won't, but I'd love if they did. But yeah, if you have Hulu, check out Prospect if you enjoy sci-fi movies and snappy dialogue in particular. It has dialogue that reminds me, and I think I mentioned it last stream because I was talking about how I kind of like Tarantino's early dialogue, but not a lot of what he did with the money once he got it. It's got a lot of dialogue that reminds me of early Tarantino, in that if it were delivered wrong, it would just come off hammy and lame, as opposed to, witty. But it is delivered well. Pedro Pascal is a very talented actor. Oop. Don't break the sword off. That would be a mistake. And a foolish one at that. Yes, that's Cyclops. Everybody liked Gambit. Who didn't like Gambit? Saying Gambit is just like saying, I'm familiar with the X-Men, you guys. I like Gambit, come on. It's like saying, hey, that Wolverine's kind of cool. Well, yeah. I confess, I was always a Cyclops guy, though. So the camera, I don't feel like, is quite capturing how vivid some of these purples on his face are. But that's okay. I'll get some pictures of it later, and I think you'll get a better appreciation for the direction that it's going in. Gambit was my husband. Wait, what? Forgot it wrong. I don't think Gambit tried too hard to be cool. I think Gambit just was that cool. See, maybe you were confused. You were like, this guy's trying too hard to be cool. But no, he was exactly as cool as you thought he was trying too hard to be. I mean, Aeon, you may have a point. You may have a point, but talking about the substance of X-Men is always a little tricky. Because the substance of X-Men was like, racial violence. The substance of X-Men would lead one to pay more attention to characters like Jubilee. In my opinion. Sort of marginalized characters. As opposed to ones that are just cool. I would love to see Damon Lindelof, who recently worked on Watchmen, get his hands on X-Men as a property. I think he expressed interest in it. It was one of those, like, if you could have any property, what would you want to work on? And he was like, X-Men. And I could not think of someone who would be more perfect to work on X-Men than Damon Lindelof. Particularly after seeing Watchmen. Like, that would just be amazing. Jubilee got turned into a vampire? What? When did that happen? Morlocks. I'm not an X-Men expert by any stretch of the imagination. I read some during the early 2000s, which is my understanding that was not exactly a great time for X-Men, and I watched the show during the 90s, and then other than that, I'm just kind of familiar with it through a general interest in comic book history, but I am not... Oh, I played the 90s cabinet arcade game. Does that count? Does that make me an expert? Sure hope it does. I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. It's just gotten worse. Oh, okay. What I need to do? I need to touch up under his eyes with a dark purple before I continue on with anything. Just to shape his eyes so that I can highlight around them, I'm going to hit it with Styx Purple, which is about the darkest purple I own. Watching the cartoon in the 90s was my main look into X-Men as well. Read a couple of comics in the late 90s, but that was about it. Yeah, I'm about in the same boat. When X-Men was at its peak and in its heyday, I was honestly too young to understand what it was, really. I would have been just like, oh, he's got claws, isn't he cool? And I wouldn't have really gotten the darker themes. There's nothing wrong with that, you know? Kids be kids. And it's my understanding that that's how Doom Patrol came to be, was basically that X-Men became more commercialized and less about the original... Well, not necessarily the original intent, but, I should really be able to think of the author's name now, who was doing that, who was like, well, I'm gonna go make a proper team of misfits and make something that is actually about failing to fit into society and being marginalized, and he wound up making Doom Patrol as a result. I don't know if you guys have watched Doom Patrol. I thought the first season of the show that they're making was actually pretty great, but I haven't read Doom Patrol, so I can't compare it to the original property. Coming at it from a completely foreign perspective. Well, that's not right. Coming at it from, essentially totally blind, I really enjoyed the first season of Doom Patrol, and I'm excited for the second. I don't know what DC is really doing with their shows. They seem to be kind of all over the map, but I'm excited for whatever they create. I was sad that Swamp Thing got canned again. I thought that the first season that was on DC Universe showed a lot of promise. But Swamp Thing is, as I understand it, a cursed production. Ooh, I just gave him kind of a squinty eye on accident. Maybe I need to narrow this eye a little bit more to match. Oopsies. Alright, I'm gonna have to fix the eyes up a little bit. But that's okay. Essentially, when it comes to comic books, I'm much more familiar with a lot of things in DC than I am things in Marvel. X-Men Star Trek crossover, that's insane. One with the original series and one with the next generation. I have missed some things. I'm gonna fix his eyes. This is something I wind up doing with eyes, and I think a lot of people do. You just kind of have to do them a couple of times to really get them the shape that you want, because you're going to slip, and you're going to make little mistakes, and you're going to mess up the shape of them, and so on and so forth. And the only real way to get them where you want them is to just keep going back and fooling with them. And eventually, you know, maybe you'll get to a point where you can do them just first time go, no problem, but I'm not there yet. It's better anyway. I love Green Lantern. I'm not very popular. Dude, I'm a Green Lantern fan too. Did you read the Rebirth series with Jessica Cruz and, what's his name? The other one? The two split Green Lanterns? Because I didn't hate the first run of Rebirth. Not everybody made out as well as they did in the Rebirth restart, but I thought they did actually pretty well. But I mean, you know, there have been good runs of Green Lantern and bad runs of Green Lantern. Sometimes it's hard to get excited about Hal Jordan, because Hal Jordan's idea of how to use the Green Lantern's powers was always like, I'm gonna make a big baseball mitt. I'm gonna make a giant cage. It's a bird cage, and you're gonna go in it, and I locked you up, bad guy. I'm gonna make a steam-powered locomotive. He was so fucking old-timey. I get that it's just, you know, an artifact of when he was largely written, but come on.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
White Wolf speaks lies. My favorite suit... You know what? Here, I got one for you, guys. We've been talking about comic books for a little bit, or mostly you guys have been. But I got a question for you, chat. If you had to pick a favorite superhero, Marvel or DC, property doesn't matter. Who's your favorite? And if you feel like telling me why, you can do that too. But I'm curious. And, you know, it doesn't have to be like it's my favorite because of a bunch of complicated, super deep reasons. You can just like it. I'm just curious what your favorite is. Yeah, Hal Jordan did kind of suck. There's nothing... See, Wolverine is just fine, WJ. That's a good pick. Wolverine is a good pick because Wolverine is a pretty awesome superhero. And has a lot of good writing associated with him. And even some damn good movies. In brightest day or blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Wait, is it no evil shall escape my sight? Because I'm pretty sure it follows up with, let those who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light. Do they use evil twice? I haven't actually read the oath, or the credo in a while, I realize. Monosyllabic Monk, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Iron Man, personally, most relatable in terms of being a genuine human being that has no superpowers. Huh, okay. I'm gonna go with The Mask. You know what, White Wolf? I'll accept that. Didn't he get a couple of comic books? I think he counts. Also, The Mask is an underrated movie. Are we counting the old pulp comics as superheroes? I'd allow it. If you want to be like, I'd like The Shadow, I'd accept that answer. Always wanted a lantern ring. See, Roland, I feel like the lantern ring in particular is a cool power, because if you don't have the will, if you don't have the focus to wield it, it just won't work for you. If someone is weak of will or can't really picture what it is that they want, then the ring is ultimately, it's pointless. You have to be a Green Lantern, not just have a Green Lantern ring. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows. Oh, damn. We've been going for 3.5 hours almost. Okay. Let me finish up a couple of things here, and yeah, we'll roll over into the Storm Report. Yeah, the old Batman was actually pretty dark, all things considered. Where on earth did the evening go? Where indeed? So I've always been a big fan of The Flash. The Flash has always been one of my favorite DC superheroes. The other one being... wow. I'm gonna say he's my favorite. I should probably remember his name. Booster Gold. I like Booster Gold. I really do. He's another one on the list of, basic schlub who probably shouldn't... Well, not all of them are shouldn't have the powers that they have, but Booster Gold definitely shouldn't. And he doesn't even really have powers. He has advanced technology. He was... What, was he a janitor? He was something at a superhero museum. And he basically stole a bunch of future technology and went back in time to the golden age of superheroes to be one of his own idols. He's a fanboy. But he's not a bad person. He's fame-obsessed, yes. But he's not a bad guy. He's just not a great guy. I also like Blue Beetle. Of course, Blue Beetle is basically just Marvel's Iron Man, so, He wasn't always that way. The original Ted Kord Blue Beetle was a bit more... he was still Iron Man-esque. In the sense that he was a genius with a bunch of technology, but it wasn't until they replaced Ted Kord with, what's his name? Something Reyes. Jaime? That he became basically just an Iron Man ripoff, and that kind of made me a little bit sad. I'm actually really happy with this magenta. I don't feel like it's showing up on camera as vivid as it is in real life, but we'll get some pictures taken of it, and I think you'll get a better view on it. Shadow, Phantom, Captain Midnight. Oh man. The Phantom. Talk about really pretty cool characters that got just the worst movies. Just the worst. Both Shadow and Phantom got terrible movies. With Billy Zane and Alec Baldwin. The Phantom was particularly crazy. It had Treat Williams in it. Not Treat Williams. Was that Treat Williams? Who was that? Who was the bad guy in The Phantom? It really is. It's very vivid. The P.H. Martin's inks, in particular, are really nice. Bring back the Rocketeer. I agree. Rocketeer didn't get a fair treatment. The Shadow is at least funny bad. Phantom was just terrible. Datron, I'd agree with that. I can't watch The Phantom. It's I've tried. I went back and I was like, maybe I'm judging it too harshly. I only really remember it from when I was a kid. No, it's awful. It's really bad. That a little bit. Alright. I'm going to start wrapping up here a little bit because we are going to be rolling over into the Storm Report. Joey Bag of Donuts. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. For anybody who might be new to the stream, we're about to go into a section very into the stream called the Storm Report, which is an audience shares section. We have about 6 minutes, I want to say, and you still have a chance to participate if you feel like it. If you're a miniature painter, if you're a photographer, if you do cross-stitch, if you're a creative of any kind, I'd love it if you felt like sharing. All you really need to do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, pop into the channel called the Storm Report, and post some pictures of something you've been working on. It doesn't have to be good. It doesn't have to be It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to be finished. It doesn't even have to be your favorite thing you've ever worked on. Just what are you working on right now, particularly if you're working on it during the stream. I love seeing what you guys are working on. It inspires me in a huge way. And I like you guys getting to see what everybody else has been working on. Timothy Dalton kills it in everything. Oh, Joey Bag of Donuts, thank you so much for saying hi to my bot. I appreciate that. He doesn't get enough love. Thunderbot, he does a lot of work. But no one really shows him that much appreciation. Do one last highlight here.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Just don't do it. This is a rule that we have to have, because I do invite you to just show me pictures of basically anything you want. It just can't be your junk. And,
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
You haven't painted in forever, Joey Bag of Donuts. What did you paint when you were painting? Out of curiosity. What was your forte, your focus? That's not what a forte is. That's a wildly inappropriate use of that phrase. But you know what? You can't do anything about it, so, deal with it. Painted some D&D miniatures and Halo miniatures. Interesting. Halo miniatures like from the unfortunately short-lived Halo war game that they had out from, what was that, Spartan Games that did that? Yeah. They had both a tabletop, I don't remember what scale it was small scale war game that you could play, and then they had a space battle game, like a Halo fleet battle game for a while. Both were, unfortunately, as short-lived as Spartan Games itself. But they were good games, as I recall. I feel like I got some good work. Some good work done on Baron Zemo today. I feel like the camera isn't really capturing the magenta of his face mask all that well. But again, I'll be taking some photos once I get him done, so we'll be able to correct that mistake. Let me adjust my focus so we can get a little bit of a closer shot here. And I'm going to tilt this up slightly so I can get some better light. So this is as far as we've gotten today, which I've been a little distracted while painting, so it's not the most work I've ever done on a stream, but all in all, not bad. I'm pleased with where the pants and the jacket are. I need to do some work on the shearling cuffs. The boots, I think, are just about where they need to be. I don't think I'm going to touch them again. The boots and the belt. The purple gloves and shirt. I like where the face mask and the magenta on the undershirt are now. I think mostly it's the non-metallic metal on the sword, the gold bits on his head and his belt that need doing now, and his bracers. And I think he'll be pretty good. I really like how the jacket looks. I feel like I might go a little redder, but I kind of like that gold and yellow polished leather bomber jacket look. There aren't really many details on his face, but I feel like I kind of captured the lines that are supposed to be there. I'm hoping Tuesday we've got better lighting all together. The new light arch, I think, is going to help things. I keep moving them out of focus. I apologize for that. What do you guys think? Short-lived game. Yeah, it was a good game, though, with good miniatures. Worst use of a license ever. They focused on and led with the spaceships. What's up, Nanotanks? It's good to see you. I hope you popped in for the storm report, my man. I'm a little late getting to it, but we're going to get to it here in just a second. Let me get my stuff put away. There's a Facebook group that has Halo STLs. Well, the game is still playable. I have a whole box of the Halo Fleet Battle stuff in my closet right now. I don't know if Greg is here. Greg, the salt miner, when I was working at the store that he was running. No, it would have been before Greg was actually running it. It was the guy who ran it before. Was like, hey, paint these up and do demos with them. And I was like, sure. And I took them home. And then the store went under, and I was just kind of like, I guess I've got a bunch of Halo minis now. Sweet. Yeah, there is a mold line on the sword arm, WJ. Again, these minis are for a friend of mine, and I didn't do any of the assembly, so I'm just kind of working around a lot of that. You also now have a shit ton of stormtroopers. You're right, O'Coral. I've only painted 6 of them. And, I gotta paint a whole lot more. Oh, God. What have I done? I've already done this, too. When Star Wars Legion came out, I bought, like, 4 starter boxes, split them with a friend, then bought some more because I realized I wanted both factions, and then I painted, like, 7 squads of stormtroopers. And then I sold them. And I sold them for a lot of money. But looking back on it, I wish I kept the miniatures. I really do. I very much wish that I had. For a friend and tabletop quality. Yes, that is ultimately the goal with Baron Zemo here. But even so, I think we're doing a pretty good job on him. I think it's going to look better, too, when I get a dry brush on the shearling. The wool around the cuffs and everything like that. That'll sort of break up the dark colors that he's got going on and sort of help to accent the magenta of his ridiculous mask. Baron Zemo looks like a freak. A freak. Who wears purple? Ugh. Now you know why I was willing to trade them for such a good deal, because he didn't want to paint them. You mostly just pushed them off onto me and got a bunch of stuff for your trouble. O'Coral, I hope to see some pictures of that table setup, by the way. O'Coral now has a lot of Battletech terrain. And isn't that exciting? Alright, we are going to close submissions for the Storm Report now, if you wouldn't mind doing that for me. Dark Fox and or Cat. Speaking of Cat, why don't we ask Cat exactly what it is that we're about to do?
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
If I got it wrong, how many seconds do you need? I'll give you 30 seconds. Will that do it? Is it weird hearing yourself? I've come to like, ever since I got this XLR mic set up, and I've started to hear myself as I speak, I, kind of want to bang me, if I'm being honest. You know? Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me so hard. Why do you hate? Don't hate your voice. Painted Ogre, don't hate your voice. There's no reason to hate anything about yourself that you can't change. Embrace it. You know who has a fucking weird voice? Gilbert Gottfried had a weird goddamn voice, and he's now one of the most famous voices on the planet Earth. I'm never gonna have Flavolicious' beard. I'm not cosplaying as a member of ZZ fucking Top. You could have done it, Hathreer. Why are you being so lazy? Does that mean the next stream goal is to get a strap? No! What? Where does that... Huh? That wouldn't help me fuck myself. There can only be one Flava Daddy, and it's not Flavolicious. Forgotta run. Forgotta run. Time's up, my man. We're going over to the Storm Report. A kaboom! Just like that. You see how the screen moved? That's fucking high production value right there, guys. Alright, let's take a look. You got it in? That's what she said. Why the hell do I even open my mouth? God. Cat, how do you just... Okay. Chat, you have all heard Cat's voice. Will you tell her that she actually has a very nice voice? She needs an outside perspective, clearly. Is it the mind of a 15-year-old on the talking filter of a 6-year-old?
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
Nice voice, shit taste in games. Flavolicious doesn't like Destiny, is what I've gathered. Oh, Coral, why do you got... Oh, Coral, that's not what I said to say. That's... No, a nice voice, a good voice. Let's not veer too far past that. I'm gonna smack my microphone with my hand real quick, just in case you were wondering what I was planning on doing. Yeah. Cat, seriously, you have a great voice, and you're very entertaining to watch. I don't even enjoy Destiny at all, but I still enjoy hearing you occasionally scream obscenities. I think the best thing about Cat's voice is that it lulls you into a sense of sort of false relaxation, and then it suddenly spikes in volume and spews obscenities that like melt the fucking paint off the walls. That's really my favorite thing about it. All right, let's actually dig into the storm report. What do you say? Because we're going a little bit over our time, and oh my goodness, it looks like it might be a long one today. Not too long. First in from our very own Cyber Knight, who runs Metalcore Collectibles, which can now be found at Steel Warrior Studios, which I am going to plug because you can also find Thunderhead Studio stuff at Steel Warrior Studios. Let's have a look. More modifications on the Quake, right? Yeah, the Quake. Look at that. I did not realize that we were going to get quite so many extra, like these, the missile launchers that you have on the sides here. I know that you have slots here for the side weapons, but I thought it was going to be like a machine gun and a laser or something, but the missile launchers really add a whole new aesthetic to it. I like this one. The angled, I'm going to guess this is LRM and this is SRM based on the numbers that I'm seeing here. That's pretty cool. I really dig that. Which cannon is this? This one here, with the strut on the top and the bottom. I don't think I've seen this one before. I think he said he has 7 variants that Cybern is doing here. A Cybern popping in at just the right time. Heavy PPC. Bing, bada boom, as they say. Most of the variants have secondary. Yeah, I just didn't know that any of them were missile launchers. I didn't realize that missile launchers were going to go on the side there. This is an incredibly versatile platform that you've made, Cyber Knight. Heavy PPC. Okay, yeah, okay. I can dig it. Need to put one of those 3D printed blasts coming off the end. I think that would look cool as shit. 7 variants. How many variants do you have coming up, man? Good God. Having 2 printers running has made production go a lot quicker, making some serious strides, especially important as I only have 9 days left this month. Omni-Tank. The basic tank platform that can do anything. You are out. You're so organized it makes me want to throw up on my microphone. I would be ashamed to show you my organizational systems. Really nice work, Cyber Knight. We should get some of those Quakes on. I need to paint more of your stuff, man. I've got some stuff that Cyber Knight sent me that I haven't painted. You know what? That could be a way that I could get back into doing some more 6mm mech stuff, because I would actually be into painting stuff that Cyber Knight did, as opposed to kind of irritated painting anything that CGL did. Right? It makes me angry to see how organized he is. Like, I feel attacked as a person. You know what? Guys, give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a beer. We're going to carry on with this. I drank mine. Where were we? How much for the tackle? But yeah, dude, tackle boxes are some of the best things for miniatures in general. I used to use those as bit boxes. And then if you play FFG games, they're to put all your tokens in. Datron Volta. Oh, I see what you've done here. That's on like a skill saw type deal. Like a sawzall. After such a long hiatus from painting, I needed a good paint shaker to bring my paints back to life. I may have gone too far. He's gone too far. No, that's a really good idea, actually. I wonder if I could... What do I have that I could do something like that with? That's a really good idea. I don't have, like, a sawzall lying around, but I have a number of other power tools that... because I hadn't considered that. But that's a really good idea. Datron, that's really cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. Most people go with a jigsaw, but same well, yeah, I've got a jigsaw. I could do that. That said, I kind of just want a vortex mixer. You know, a little thing right here, so I can just take the bottle and kind of go woo, and is that the sound it makes? Woo. Is that accurate? Those of you who have vortex paint, it's not accurate. That's not what it sounds like. Oh yes, the back massager. Whoosh. Vortex mixer goes whoosh. I don't think that's true, Chaotic. Like, I applaud your use of such a versatile phrase, but no, I don't think that. Yeah, it's not for the back. That's not what it's for. Was I? It just reminded me of, you guys ever read those stories on Reddit? I was just reading one the other day that was it was like not an Ask Me Anything. It was an Ask Reddit on medical workers of Reddit. What is the best excuse you've ever heard for someone who came into the ER with something lodged up their rectum? And the one that stuck out to me was somebody said that they had someone come in with one of those Hitachi wands. Thank you so much. With one of those Hitachi wands lodged like all the way up there, deep in there, you know, like a mega seed. And so they didn't have a good excuse, but he came in and he asked the guy, well, how are you doing? And he replied, well, better since the battery died. Every hospital keeps a list. Yeah, it's really something. I've got some stories. Not about me. You know what? Let's move on from this subject before I say anything. Yeah, no. Let's carry on. It's not me. The stories of other people. Okay? Come on. Last of the MDF. For now. Weather's not bad and my magnets might be in this week. Almost all 900 I ordered will be used up with my terrain. So I figure I might as well try and get them finished up for Warsenal. I don't like how I have to say that word. It's upsetting to me. Warsenal Cosmica walls. On the other side, we have the quad building, vertical stairs and balcony kits from Global Evil Corp. And this is some of the balcony kits you've been building and complaining about, are they? Okay. Yeah, it's a friend. He goes to another school. You don't know him. So much MDF. You know, eventually you're going to have to show me the table made out of this shit. You know that. Well, yeah, Flavolicious, but you have a fleet of like 20 3D printers and run a business based on that. Like, of course you don't want MDF, you madman. If you had a fleet of 20 laser cutters, you'd be in here evangelizing the virtues of MDF like crazy. You would have like MDF bits sticking out of your beard and shit. You want to say it like Warsaw, but you got to pronounce it like Arsenal. Yeah, so it's Warsenal. Like Worcestershire sauce. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But the terrain is very nice. Chaotic Harmony playing on the table again. God, it really is such a cool map. I love how you were able to carve down into the foam to make the water bits. I'm so stoked that people are playing on your maps. When I met Chaotic Harmony, one of the first things we talked about were these maps, because I was posting terrain and he sent me some pictures of this. And he was, at the time, you didn't have anybody to play with at the time. And he was looking to maybe see if he could sell it so that he could get some more parts in order to make more maps. And that would have been cool, but I have to say, given the alternatives, I'm much, much happier that you're using them now, because they're really cool. And as a creative who sells things, I can say that I miss all my babies. I miss all my babies. Moving on. Really nice looking map there, Chaotic, and I'm glad to see it getting played on. Kursala with the first batch of cherry boards milled and bundled. Again, just emasculating the shit out of me in my own stream. Really nice. And I think I asked last time what you were going to make. You're going to make more tables out of this? I'm looking forward to seeing the finished product. It's really cool. And great use of materials, Kursala. More of... Kursala's always posting his wood up in the storm report. Good God. First and second tier Rasselhag forces, dark blue uppers, dark green lowers. Old Ral Partha sculpts on the left, new Agok sculpt box set sculpts on the right. Work in progress, got basic colors down, going for the highlights and details next. Ooh, that's always the plunge, isn't it? It's a good looking force altogether. Really good looking force. Is that a wasp or a stinger in the middle? I can never remember which one has that pose. I like that old Crusader on the left there, too. I dig the old Crusader. It was a good look. Good looking force, Sentient Pickle. Thank you so much for sharing. On to Roland. Interesting. What? I recognize this. What is this? I feel like I should know what this is. Three tables, a bench, and some chairs. That'll be good to see that come together. Zorya Light Tank. Yeah, there was a Z rolling around in my head. An abomination. Clan 45 tonner. It is an abomination. You know why? Is because it reminds me of the Scorpion tank from Command & Conquer 3, which is one of the few things that I really liked about that game. It's got a very similar design with the forward tracks, the narrow rear wheel, and the weapon sticking over the top. Your cockpit glass has really come along, Roland. I really like the look of the cockpit. That red pops nicely against the green. You got some more of these coming, I assume. Imagine the recoil on that fuck. I feel like the recoil would just take it, and you got like, okay, so you got your tank right here, and you got your gun right here. I feel like firing it, you would just go kunk like that. You would just bury yourself in the dirt. Yeah, put it on its ass. But if we're talking about what would realistically happen if things in BattleTech, like, moved around or fired their weapons, we have to start with, you know, all of the battle mechs. And the fact that none of them make any goddamn sense. Nor will they ever. Or make mouse droid noises. I'd buy that. Hathreer grilling some pineapple like a savage. Look at those potato wedges, though. Are those potatoes or sweet potatoes? Because I can see that going either way. Yeah, mecha wouldn't work. Just as a rule, it wouldn't. Clan tanks were designed by people who didn't know what tanks looked like, or more importantly, didn't give a shit what anything looked like, or made sense, or was cool. Clan everything was designed by doofy weirdos who have no taste in anything. But I mean, you know, that's just my opinion, so. Pineapple is just begging to be put in... Sentient. You hold your tongue, sir. Pull out pizza. Jesus. Savage. And then we got Hathreer talking shit about sweet potatoes. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Cat. Correct that mistake. Okay, Okoro. Maybe that's a bit much. Burn in hell, he says. Ooh. Oh, we got some good company in here. You detest sweet... Yeah, Hathreer, you... Okay. You just dislike a lot of... Aren't you... What is it that you hate because of the texture? There's something that you're like, I hate it because of the texture, and I always just think it's crazy. It's okay. Avocados, that's it. Hathreer doesn't like avocados because of their texture. What the hell? No, Cat, don't agree with him. Don't agree. Okay, look, Cat, even if you do agree with him, don't agree with him vocally, because that gives him power. Okay, and the last thing that we need is Hathreer feeling like he's got a foothold. What the heck? What? What the hell is going on? How are there this many people in my chat who hate avocados? Avocados are delicious, okay? What? No. No. This is not allowed. This is unfucking acceptable. Alright, Chaotic, you're just fucking with me. You're just saying it because everybody else is saying it. I know how you roll. I'm not drunk enough for this chat. Not even close. Okay, you know what, chat? There's gonna be a fucking reckoning over the avocados. I will accept a lot of shit out of you But this dog pile on the avocado, this is unacceptable. The avocado did nothing to you. All it did was provide you with a delicious, admittedly somewhat off-putting in color and texture. Is it a fruit? I don't know what it is. But it's amazing. Do you people not eat guacamole? You know what? We're moving on. We're moving on. Because I can't handle this. I can't handle any of this. Hethrier doing some more work on the not quite the Razor Crest. Loving the yellow. Really loving the yellow. What all steps have you done on this, Hethrier? Because I'm not reading anything more that you say about guacamole or avocados. It doesn't look like anything to me. What all steps have you done on this, Hethrier? Because it looks like some solid dry brushing, some airbrushing, and a little bit of hand detailing. I don't know if you can be my mod anymore, Cat. Like, we'll talk about this later. But, I'm wounded. Silver, black wash, dry brush, and then airbrush yellow. Yeah, that's about what I figured. It looks really nice for those simple steps being followed. And then airbrush white spots. Oh. Really, really good job. You don't have to do that terribly complex of steps when you've got a model this good. And if you are decent at dry brushing and have a good eye, you can... Everybody should... We're not talking about it anymore. What was it that one Minbari said? Then let them be offended. You're right,
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
I am the one person here who cannot get the bap. One person!
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Nor can I get stuffed in a box. I am fucking immune. This is, who's this from? Hethrier. Yeah, Dragon's Rest. It's a 3D print. Really, really nice model. They do a really, really good job with their stuff, and they make it so that it has a lot of surface detail, so dry brushing is particularly effective. Ooh. Oh, I like this. Hethrier, you always take your photos from, in my opinion, too far away. Do me a favor, Hethrier. And when you take photos like this, at least crop them. At least crop them for me. Please. If only because it is difficult for me to zoom in this format. But I'd very much like a closer look, and my only other option is to lean really far forward towards the screen, and then you can't hear me, and that's not really a good option. Let's not do that. Printing a little arch to hold stuff. Okay. I like the sword, though. Really good transition from tip to base. Yes. Also, I really like the black armor. I'd love to have a closer look at how you did those highlights. Good looking overall. Oh boy! Oh boy, we've got stuff from Chaotic Harmony. Let me adjust my audio so we can actually hear it. Why do I click these? Why do I continue to reward his attention-seeking malfeasance? Yes, please do.
In addition to the no genitals rule, the Storm Report has yet another rule for you to follow. Keep your shitposting, both literal and metaphorical, to a minimum.
I knew better when I clicked it. Like, I knew better. And I did it anyway. I mean, is it, am I a masochist? Am I just stupid? I don't know. I have no idea at this point. Steiner Miniatures, welcome, welcome, Cat. Could we get a shout out for Steiner Miniatures? Yes, uninspired. That was, compared to your usual work, Chaotic, that was quite, pedestrian. I would call it. Perhaps even a little banal. Or anal. Let's move on just as quickly as we can, why don't we? Why don't we do that? Let me get some music going again. And then I'll have to turn it, back off when, when we come back around to it. Let's just carry on looking at pictures. Let's do that. Yeah, have some music. Some music to, damn it, there's another one. Ooh, Boo. Is this the one from Kids Logic? Roland, is this the model from Kids Logic? This, would it be a Valkyrie in their case? Well, I appreciate that, Samara. I don't always read everything. What can I say? I've been driving all weekend and gonna nap. That's gonna be a good nap on that. Yeah, that's a hot model, and these are the ones from Kids Logic. They actually scale pretty decently. This is the one from Kids Logic, right? The recent one? Really nice figure. Great sculpt. This is... I really like the old Japanese-style mechs, the old Unseen, where the mechs would hold actual weapons with their hands as opposed to just have weapons built into their arms. That's always been my preferred style. Yeah, right, Ogre? Damn nice model. Damn nice. Good blue on that, too. Alright. Let me adjust my sound again. Eventually I won't have to do this. Eventually, when I switch over to OBS Live, it'll just work in theory, right? Maybe? Who knows? This one has a thumbs up anyway. That's probably good, right? How bad could this possibly go?
We here at Thunderhead Studios would like to remind everybody that shitposting does not mean talking about literal shit.
God! Oh. You told me it was better. You lied to me. God damn it. Let's just... Let's just carry on, shall we? That was not better. No, Samara, that was not better. How was that... I can't trust my chat. Y'all fucking want pineapple on your pizza, and you hate avocado, and you trick me into playing fart jokes. That was not better. How? What standard are you using to judge these things that was better than the first one? How do I have any followers at all? Oh shit, I have 550. Hey guys, we had 550 followers today. Woo! No, don't listen to Kim. Boo this man. Yeah, it's a real low bar. It's not hard to beat. Alright, let's see what we got from Sentient Pickle over here. I think pineapple pizza is gross. It is gross. I mean, to be fair, I think everybody pretty much agreed that pineapple pizza is disgusting. Okay, yeah, there is music going. Hang on a second. Current state after dry brushing. We'll clean up those highlights with the nautical blue later from Dr. P.H. Martin's. Oh yeah, that starts to pop real. Dude, dry brushing is such a good technique, particularly for hard edge things like this. And now I'm spying your round facer in there, your Griffin and the classic Battlemaster Bigfoot model. I love those old sculpts, I really do. I feel like just a little bit of cleanup, but the same design is right where they need to be. Like, the new Battlemaster looks good taken in a vacuum, but I feel like it loses some of the classic design, and also is maybe just a bit too large. I mean, it's bigger than the Awesome. And, the same thing with the Griffin. The new Griffin design is excellent. The new Griffin design looks great. But the old Soltic round facer it's just perfect. That, and again, it's one of the mechs that held its gun like a gun, which I just like so much. A Dodge. A Dodge, is that the first thing you've said in this channel? Did you come in here just to tell me that you like pineapple on pizza? Because I gotta say, I like your moxie even if I don't agree with you. Oh my god. My chat is composed of savages. Does he? Have I just been completely missing his message? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I haven't seen before. Oh, you brought him in here to back you up is what happened. We're being fucking brigaded by Chaotic Harmony. Jesus. Datron Voltari, still got a bit more to go before I can officially join the Storm Chasers Merc Company, but I couldn't resist planning ahead for a color scheme. I like it. Arch 2R, of course. I'm old and I hate change. Original Macross pattern. Purple because Thunderhead. Stylized clouds surrounding the left shoulder. Oh, I kind of like that. That's pretty cool. I could do something like that. I don't think it'll be as intricate, but I can definitely be suggestive of this. And yeah, I like the color breakup with the white fists and the white panels. Oh, I could definitely do this. And you've picked like one of my favorite mechs. I absolutely love the Archer. This will be a lot of fun. Come in here often, just don't talk much, but when you do talk, it's to let me know that you like pineapple on your pizza. At least you pick your moments, right, Dodge? Oh my god. Can I donate some points to Datron to get his Archer? No. No, it doesn't. How would that even work? I would have to, like, make a thing for you to spend points. Datron, he'll get them. He'll get them. It's okay. I want Datron to feel the sense of pride and accomplishment that only comes with spending hours and hours and hours just sitting in my chat room talking shit about avocados and listening to me babble about skunks and Star Wars and insist that no matter how much I may look like a Nazi, I definitely am not one. I'm at 40k, I'll be there soon. Yeah, not that long. More like weeks waiting in said chat room. Oh, my name's White Wolf and I don't like being in the chat. Psh, yeah, okay. Alternate look, more realistic clouds with lightning running down the arm. Well, now you're just trying to kill me. I could do that, though. That's kind of cool. Do, like, some billowy clouds up on the shoulder and have a lightning bolt coming out of them going down the arm. I don't even hate that. I say that like I hate most things. I mean, I don't. Like, I actually kind of like that idea. I think Design 2 might be what we should go with, actually. Ding dong, it's 9 p.m. Well, we'll get there soon, Dark Fox. Don't you even worry about it. Do a blue to purple fade down the arm. Now we're cooking with gas. I did indeed say dong, Sentient Pickle. Thank you so much for being here to point that out. I like these, Datron. Hold on to them. We'll work on them. Oh, Papa Bear, thank you so much. Here are the minis that Chaotic will be painting. Crazy-ass wizard and pirate guy. Well, that'll be interesting to see. Like he's got like a dragon head on top of his staff. Yeah, those are definitely, it looks like some classic Reaper Bones. Soft PVC. They're good minis to learn on. They really are. No, I haven't turned that one on yet. That'll be cool. Gonna do blue-purple for the wizard's cloak. You should do a galaxy cloak. Yeah, standard old Bones. The new Reaper Bones Black line is definitely improved. Reaper Bones Black is what they did the new line of Cav miniatures in, and it's a world of difference between that and the old PVC. Oh, Coral, feels good to be able to print the larger stuff. I am so stoked for you getting going on 3D printing, man. It's such a journey. 3D printing, it opens up a whole world of possibilities. Aren't even the new gray Bones, aka, yeah, that's Bones Black is what that is, White Wolf. That's the standard stuff. Now, when I finally do a lance, I intend to paint a Bones Foo Dog as a statue as to right. Bones Foo Dog. I'm not sure what that is. Wait, I thought Bones Black was the new standard that is in fact just gray though, White Wolf. I know that. So for a while there was Reaper Bones, and then there was Reaper Bones Black. They were introducing the new formulation. And it was special for a while, and then they made standard Bones and Bones Black the same damn thing. But maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Reaper Minis Bones Foo Dog. I honestly don't know. What is it like? No, I don't know what that is. I did not realize that, White Wolf. I thought that Bones Black became the standard, but I know that Bones Black is of a very high quality. Oh. Yes, okay, I know the type of dog. I didn't know that they made them in Bones. Now I gotta paint up terrain. I also recommend some texture paste and stuff. And you know, oh Coral, we got these pretty cool sculpted hills you can get and print out now, and all these same shapes. Yeah, the Chinese statues of dogs that guard temples. Now I know precisely the dog that you're talking about. I just didn't realize that they made those in Reaper Bones. That'll be cool to see. The Bones Gray I'm referring to is the old classic molds, but now instead of white, they're a light gray, so I don't see the details. Okay. So they do have to use different molds for the Bones and Bones Black. Well, I have learned something today, White Wolf. Thank you very much for letting me know. You say that like I'm made of money. aren't you? Can I just keep hitting you with a stick, and money will just sort of rain out of you like a money piñata, right? Isn't that what all of you are? I mean, that's how I see you, obviously. Come on. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even joke about that. That's so shitty. There are free samples of them available, like obviously not the full set, but if you wanted to try one out and see if you like it at any point, I did put samples for the sculpted Hex Hills up on Thingiverse. So you can try them out. Didn't know you were a corporate executive. Maybe one day, Samir. Maybe one day I can kill enough of my soul and drain enough blood out of the people around me to become a corporate exec. But it's not this day. Roland posting something frosted. Like, I look at this and I think, this looks delicious. But knowing Roland, that when I cut into it, it's going to be like lime jello with fucking maraschino cherries suspended in it or something. It's referred to as a big pickin' cake. Yellow cake with mandarin orange bits. See, there we go. Pineapple jam filling in crushed pine. Actually, that sounds delicious. Like, as I said it, that actually does sound pretty good. Even the mandarin orange bits. Is this more than 3? I haven't been counting. If Harlan Ellison was still alive, he'd hate corporate... Dude, Harlan Ellison, when he was alive, hated everybody anyway. That does sound pretty good. Kursala with the new autocannon model inspired by one of Carl Strieger's PPCs. His is the one on the right, yeah, and yours is the one on the left? I like the sort of... Now, it's an autocannon, so it doesn't have an acceleration ladder to it, but that's kind of what I see when I look at the top there. Crack the whip. Dark Fox. Get him. Really cool design, though. I like the, This is a simple, but really cool way to turn a lot of space into something more detailed and exciting. Because if this was just a cutout, it would not be as interesting. Really nice. Oh, okay. I was complimenting this one. I like this end piece a whole lot. I didn't want to start complimenting this one because I thought that it was his. But this part you kept over to here. That's a really good design choice. I like this end piece right here, the flat barrel. That's fucking cool looking. I look forward to seeing this on some actual mechs, Kursala. Especially since I have no mouth was a rare gem in gaming since... Dude, I have no mouth, but I must scream is one of the most upsetting things. And it used art from H.R. Geiger. Yeah, that was some upsetting shit. And the start of the new PPC, also based on one of Carl's PPCs. This one will get fattened up with a bunch of extra greeblin. So an important part of 3D design, particularly for things that are going to be printed at 6mm scale, I have found, is having a good profile. Because everything is made of just basic shapes when you first see it. And yeah, it's important to have greeblies, it's important to have details, but if your profile doesn't work, then all the greeblies in the world will not save it. And I say this because this profile is fantastic. Really, really nice looking. I see why you're going with it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, Samara. Like, you can over-greeble easily, but if you take a bad shape, if you take a bad profile, and you just greeble it all to hell, you're never going to have something that looks good. I feel like the source of the phrase greeblies, the Imperial Star Destroyer, is probably one of the best examples of that, because the Imperial class Star Destroyer is such a simple shape. It's such a simple shape. And then when you go down to it, it's got the greeblies all fucking over it. But if you pull far enough back that you can't see the greeblies anymore, it's still striking. So as long as you have that shape. Greeblies, White Wolf are the perfect example. The Imperial Star Destroyer. You know how, or anything from Star Wars, really. If you look at a ship and you have the overall shape, and then you zoom in and you've got like little circles and dots and little things that look like fans and little pipes coming out of it and what, like all those are greeblies. You think about the Millennium Falcon as just a blank shape, and you go in and you start gluing parts down to it. Those parts that you would be gluing down to give it detail, those are greeblies. It basically just means a meaningless detail to add interest. And in that case, they were literally bits of model kits that they were gluing down. And I'm pretty sure it was Industrial Light and Magic that coined the phrase. They were, WJ. In fact, people have identified where most of those parts came from at this point. If you go, you can look, people have identified the parts on the Millennium Falcon almost down to the individual bits. I haven't seen that many of the ships from No Man's Sky. I keep not getting that far into that game. It's fun, though. Yeah, fluff. It just adds to the effect. It takes what would be a blank surface and it makes it look like it's supposed to be doing something, which is a really good idea. Alright, let's keep going. Where the Nevermore started to where it is now. And honestly, this is a great example of what I was just talking about. These are just your shapes. These are your basic shapes. WJ, the game has improved a lot since then, to be fair. Ducks, piping fans, yeah. These are the shapes of the Nevermore. Real simple when you look at them, and this is where any design's going to start. And then we got the greeblies, like these fans up here, these would be greeblies. I think that even panel lines really kind of count as greeblies. Now, many of the ones on this, because it's a smaller model, make a lot more sense. Also, when I look at this, you know what I keep seeing? Maybe it's the colors you've used, but all I can see is Samus's ship. You know? The ship that comes floating down at the beginning of Metroid. That's fair, WJ. That was a shit sandwich and they cut the crust off it, basically. Babylon 5 called them Nernies. All I see is a Vex head. Yeah, dude, doesn't it? This looks... And it's definitely the colors, too. Like, if you just expanded the sides here with the yellow sort of shoulder pads, this would just be Samus's ship. One of the torso to have an aircraft/ship vibe. Well, damn, yeah, Papa Bear, you nailed it, because that's exactly what I saw as soon as I looked at it. But yeah, I think this is a good example, because there's minimal greeblies on this, but like this little beak thing here, that counts as a greebly, I think. The way these toes have an extra layer added onto them just to give them interest, that counts as a greebly, in my mind. Really nice work, by the way. It's a mechanical head on legs. If this was flesh, it would be H.R. Geiger. Oh, God. It was actually Sony's fault, but we can get into that in Discord. Yeah, Cat. Fucking school them, Cat. You show them. And also, stop talking shit about avocados. What's wrong with you? God. I don't like guacamole. What a load of shit. And how things wound up looking so far, so much sanding, so many small parts, and multiple layers, but they look nice. Will allow for a lot of flexibility for layouts. Flexibility is the name of the game. Bunch of flat out parts, and yeah, a bunch of gluing. I can see why the balconies would be a pain in the ass. And repetitious. Oh, God. I'm really looking forward to seeing this eventual insane board that you must have, White Wolf. I mean, holy shit.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
I'm sorry, Cat. So carrying on. From Painted Ogre, we have this thing.
There's something about Canopian cat girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Maybe it's just my allergies.
Puck Duncher coming in at the end of the stream, just to join the fucking the insane wave of mindless zombies against me. Puck Duncher. I thought we had something special, and I thought it involved avocados. Oh my God. No, don't think. No, don't. You're not allowed to be friends with people in the chat anymore, Cat. This is getting to be a problem for me. Painted Ogre. I have opinions about this model, but it's done. Yeah, it's a fairly simplistic sculpt. It doesn't seem to have a face on it. The colors that you've chosen are wonderful. I love the blue of the pants contrasted with the yellow and the green of the shirt. That's really, really nice. Also, I want to see the rest of your thumbnail. Is anyone else seeing that? I've got to watch this stream, apparently. So much schoolwork. The bard has no mouth, and he must sing. Ooh, and we bring it back around. Nicely done, WJ. It's true, he has no mouth, but he must sing. Yeah, right? It looks like a super fancy nail job. I dig it. Why I left you all last weekend. She went to live in a farm upstate, to run amidst the hills and the heather, to be free, to dance under the stars. That actually is a gorgeous fucking view. That's really nice. That makes sense. I would leave me for this too. If you were like, hey, stop being you and you can go there, I'd be like, fuck me. Let's go. Enjoy the woods. Yeah, Cat's gonna go live in the woods from now on, you guys. A girl geek. Not very far into this, but it is my very first BJD face-up. I'm not sure what that stands for. What's BJD? I mean, I would tell you what my head did with that acronym, but it's not good. Yeah, we're taking her to a farm upstate where she can run with the other cats. Ball-jointed doll. Oh, thank God. I'll take a picture of my edgy nail scribbling in the Discord. Please do paint it, Ogre. I dig it. Let's see. Acrylics, watercolor pencils, and chalk pastels. I'm not sure where it started. Can I assume that this started completely blank? Yeah, mine too. It means creepy fucking doll face. At least it's not just me, Samare. Okay, so we all know what we were thinking. I don't have to say it out loud. Keep scrolling to get your answer. What? Fine. God. Look at this. Look at this nature. It's disgusting. This isn't a painted miniature. This isn't a 3D printed anything. This just grew out of the ground like a potato or a dirt child. Speaking of dirt children, what's up, Amax? I'm gonna get shit for that. Cat, would you do me a favor? You give a shout out to the Amax for me. You come in here right at the end, Amax. I'm sorry. It was just it fit too perfectly. Flowers, plants. Just got home from the Rent's house. How was that? What she looked like before. Oh my God. Oh my. All right, let's. Well, that's an improvement. This is upsetting. This like when you get that involuntary like clench in your jaw that like kind of goes all the way up the back of your head and you can feel it in your ears. That gave me that one. This one didn't. This one looks like it's a little creepy, but I can see where it's going. Well, oh my God, let Girl Geek know she's doing fantastic work. It's trying to become human. It's going into the uncanny valley. Someone burn it. I say we take off and nuke the site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Thank you for sharing, Girl Geek, despite our, Oh, you're working on this, Flavolicious. I'll get to that in a second. One of many images from Operation Lancaster. I don't believe shown here. One of the commissioned art pieces for one of the short stories taking place during the original Client invasion, a short story titled Nightmares, which follows a former soldier with PTSD turned instructor, that is a hell of a hyphen, at a military academy who is called upon to take up arms once more. One of the joys of this project was working with a couple of veterans who deal with PTSD to try to bring the subject matter into play in the story and present it in a respectful fashion. I'm gonna tell you something, Samara. I appreciate that. For one particular reason, and that is that in the recent run of books that has been coming out from the BattleTech Kickstarter, I think like the second story they released is about a soldier that kind of has PTSD, I guess, but it's so poorly done. It's so poorly done. It manifests as just he's scared of battle mechs. And it's clear that they were trying to do a PTSD thing because they worked in, like, you know, triggers and everything, but it's like embarrassingly bad. So bad. I really hated that book. And I think it's something that it's actually a very interesting subject matter, particularly for pulp war fiction. It was good, made homemade Philly cheesesteaks and drank whiskey. That does sound like a good weekend, Max. Gotta love them cheesesteaks. It's funny, Flavolicious, I almost started working on this. I thought you might have. Why are we here? Just to suffer. Needed a practice project today. Send you the short story in question via Discord. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it. Oof, I gotta stop looking at that. Little gift, little STL gift for the community. Client Embassy from Mech Commander. Yeah, there was somebody asking about it. Now, okay, I had some thoughts on this. Flavolicious. If you do something to the dome, you can fit it into Hextech. If you put like some little pillars around the outside to flatten the overall top profile, could do that. And then you'd be able to stand on top of it. But that's just me. That's what I would do. You know, you don't have to do what I would do. You don't have to try to be like me, no matter how much you may want to be like me. Wanted a dome, you could remove the roof and place a mech inside. That should be interesting. I did. Briefly. Wait, did I? Did I just skip right past it? I'm so sorry about that if I did. You're right, I did, because I didn't look at this. Samir, thank you for catching me. No. You know what, you can call it Hex Tech with a small H and take the H off the end. You know? It'll be like Folkly. You know? Really cool art, though. Is that a summoner? Is that what I'm looking at there? Guys, don't rag on me. Clan mechs, I'm always like, it's a Wily Cat or something. I don't fucking know. Hex Tech. Yeah, I like that. A Loki. Okay, thank you. Hellbringer. Summoner. See, now we have disagreement. Ha! I was not a fool. But I can never remember the difference between a Hellbringer and a Thor. I mean, at least I wasn't off in my guess. Look at that action shot, though. Plog. Matt fucking Plog. I swear to God, if he doesn't know how I basically just lap up his nuts every time his art is on here, somebody should tell. No, don't tell him. Don't tell Matt. I'd be embarrassed. Then it would be weird if I ever met him. He'd be like, oh, you're that guy. If by spheroid you mean normal person, yes, thank you. Thor looks like a thunderbolt. Oh, okay. Yeah, the summoner and the Thor. Yeah, it's the inner sphere name for it. I knew that much. And it looks like we got a catapult that is shooting into over here. Looks like there's a marauder eating shit in the background and a Mad Cat eating some more shit where it belongs. Mad Cat should do nothing but eat shit. Plog's art gets me every time. Thank you for sharing, Samir Vergaderung. Ooh, is this some of the new stuff? That red is gorgeous. Like, good work on the rest of it. I see it looks like you're still working on the electro coils on the weapon and a couple other detailed spots. Because a couple color splashes would do a lot for this. But, that red is gorgeous. Like, really nice. Forgot it wrong. I would love to know how you did that red. Like, which colors specifically, if you could share that with me. Because I've got some AdMech coming up that I may want to do. And, Painted Ogre violating the rules. But it's okay. That's really cool. Look at that thumbnail. Look at it. That's a fancy nail job right there. Chat is feisty today. I said something about avocados and they all turned against me. Alright, that is going to Edgy Jew. Ooh, Edju, if you will. Dorito paint job summoner. No, we're not doing that. No. No. Okay. And that brings us to the end of the Storm Report. Guys. Let's see what's going on. Let's see who's doing what. Let's see if we got somebody we can raid today, why don't we? I've learned to check beyond my offered list because it is often inadequate. I don't think Steiner Miniatures is painting tonight. He said he was going to go take a nap, and I am correct. So, we have Crocodile, who is painting some Warhammer. And we have Zambies, who is painting... Ooh, she's doing a multi-stream. She's doing a multi-stream, you guys. I'm not going to raid you into a multi-stream. I don't like multi-streams. I really, really don't. She is on, but... really? Multi-stream? You guys want to do that? I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't want to. No. But Crocodile is going. And I can't see what he's working on because it's trying to make me watch a commercial. But it is a miniature, and it is a Warhammer miniature. It's going to be a grab bag, you guys. It's going to be exciting. Let's go over and see what... Oh, wait, no, I can see. He's working on some Sisters of Battle in some really cool colors. Ooh, yeah, we're going to check this out. Yeah, we're going to do that. Let's get this raid started, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemechs, thank you so much for being here today. The stream has been a lot of fun. We got some good work done on Baron Zemo. He has a little bit of finishing work left to do. I'll get that done in the next day or so and see if I can't get some pictures posted. We should have some better lighting coming up on our next stream, Tuesday, June the 23rd. I should have this light arch replaced. We'll see if it helps with the overall visibility. I think it's going to. Big thank you to Cat Ion. Big thank you to Project Dark Fox, my 2 mods. I thoroughly appreciate the work that you guys do for me. It's so, oh my god, you guys, you're absolutely the best. Thank you to everybody for the follows. Thank you for the subscriptions. Oh my god, you guys. Amax, thank you for popping in here at the end, even though it is at the very end. I'll come into your stream. I'll come hang out on your stream sometime. I swear to God, I'll do it. And last but not least, fuck everyone for hating avocados. Who the fuck doesn't like avocados? What the fucking...